Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. The security cameras showed me something I never felt while it was happening. The man in the brown jacket had been walking behind me for months, and what he was carrying was not just a folding knife. I did not realize any of that at the time. Back then, my nights were simple. A long shift in a cheap dive bar, tips shoved into my pocket, the TVs screaming about whatever game was on, and the same 7-minute walk home I had done 100 times. I thought I knew every sound in that neighborhood by heart. The muffled sports commentary from a second-floor apartment, the garbage truck growling 3 blocks over, the vent fan on the Mexican place next door rattling non-stop. There was one sound I didn't bother to listen to. Footsteps. Not running, not chasing, just matching. Quiet. Steady. Always a little way behind me, I only saw the truth much later, sitting in a small interview room at the police station, staring at blown-up, grainy footage from sidewalk cameras. Frame by frame, there he was. Same brown jacket, same slightly hunched walk, same distance behind me every night I left the bar. Rainy nights, slow nights, packed Friday nights. It did not matter. The door of the bar opened. I stepped out, and a few seconds later, he would drift into frame 2, like he was attached to me by an invisible string. And if you look closely at his right hand in those videos, you can see the part that almost made me throw up in front of the detective. Not the knife. The knife is obvious once you know what you are looking at. A little dark shape catching the streetlight for a second. It is what you see when the knife disappears back into his pocket, in the bottom corner of the frame. When he thinks no one is watching, you can see him reach into his jacket and pull out a small white loop, a roll of plastic zip ties, the kind people use to bind wrists behind a back. Every night, a little closer. Every night, a little bolder. Pause. Every night, he walked that same 7-minute route with me, planning exactly where he would finally step out of the shadows. If you are watching this alone right now, in your bed, or sitting in your car in a dark parking lot, think about something for a second. How many times have you walked the same route home at the same time, assuming it was safe because nothing bad had happened yet? And if some camera on some street corner played your nights back in slow motion, are you sure you would be alone in those frames? The story you are about to hear is not about a stranger jumping out of an alley. It is about a man who sat on the 3rd stool from the end of my bar, tipped well, asked polite questions, and then spent months memorizing my habits, my schedule, and my walk home, waiting for one night where he could make sure I never finished it. Chapter 1. The Man at the Third Stool 1.1. The Bar, the Walk, and the Routine. I changed his name for legal reasons. Everything else is exactly how it happened. Right now, as I am typing this, I am at the same kitchen table where I used to dump my tips out and count them in little piles. My laptop is warm under my wrists. The apartment is quiet in that thin, late-night way, where every sound feels louder than it should. My hands still shake a little when I think about him, about that bar, and about how sure I was that routine meant safety. I lived in a mid-sized city in the Midwest, one of those places where downtown is 3 blocks of old brick buildings and the rest is strip malls and chain restaurants. The bar I worked at sat in a tired little row on the edge of downtown, wedged between a laundromat with fogged-up windows and a payday loan office with a blinking neon sign that never seemed to turn off. From the street, the bar looked like every other cheap place people went to forget their lives for a few hours. Inside, the neon beer signs had faded so badly that the blues and reds had turned into a sickly yellow glow. The plastic around them was cracked and warped from years of heat. Above the bar, 2 flat-screen TVs were bolted to the wall, always tuned to whatever game drew the loudest crowd noise. The commentators' voices and the roar of stadium fans rolled over each other in a constant background surf. Even when nobody was really watching, the smell was a permanent mix that never went away no matter how much we cleaned. Grease from the fryer, old beer soaked into the floorboards, bleach from the mop bucket, a thin layer of cigarette smoke that had seeped into the curtains and the cushions long before the ban and never left. If you worked there long enough, those smells followed you home in your hair and your clothes, so that even in the shower, with the water as hot as you could stand it, you still felt like you were standing behind that bar. Most nights were the same. I worked the late shift. I came in as the sky was turning from blue to orange and clocked out close to midnight. I knew exactly when the regulars would stumble in. Who would want their usual beer without asking? Which table would complain if the sound on the game was too low? My coworkers and I had a running tally of who tipped and who did not, who fought with their partner every Friday, who hit on everyone who wore eyeliner. We had our stupid little dramas, the cook disappearing outside to smoke weed during the dinner rush, my boss yelling about inventory, a couple breaking up in the back booth and then making up in the bathroom 10 minutes later. It was messy and loud and sometimes disgusting, but it felt predictable. That predictability became its own kind of comfort, like a script I knew by heart. When the last call was done, when the final glasses were stacked to dry and the floor was freshly streaked with mop water, the bar would fall into a softer kind of quiet. The TVS would go from shouting fans to late-night commercials. The jukebox light would shift from bright to dim. The only sounds left were the ones that belonged to the bones of the place. The clink of glass as we stacked clean pint glasses on the shelves. The soft ding of the door sensor whenever someone slipped out into the night. The ice machine humming and then coughing as it dropped a load of cubes into the bin. The low, constant rumble of the fridge compressors in the back, like distant thunder that never actually arrived. Then I would step outside, lock the door, and the soundscape would change completely. The bar's light would vanish behind me with the click of the deadbolt, and instead of the layered noise of TVs and voices and machines, there would be the thin, echoing quiet of the city after midnight. Not real silence. Cities are never really silent, but the sound thinned out. The loudest things became small details, the hiss of a passing car's tires on the asphalt 2 blocks over, the distant wail of a siren taking its time, the wind slipping between the narrow gap of the buildings and whistling faintly through some unseen vent. My walk home was 7 minutes. I timed it once, out of boredom. 7 minutes if the lights cooperated. 2 turns. Left out of the bar. Past the laundromat with its rows of ghostly machines spinning behind fogged glass. Then right at the corner where the pawn shop's gaudy window displays glowed all night. After that, it was a straight shot down a quiet residential street toward my building. There were city cameras on a couple of the corners. Ugly white boxes tacked high on the light poles, their little red lights blinking lazily. My apartment building was old red brick, 4 stories tall, with a faded green awning over the front door that used to have the building's name printed on it. The letters had peeled off years before I moved in. The entryway was a set of concrete steps, worn down in the middle from decades of feet. The front door was a heavy metal slab with a narrow window and a keypad just to the side. You had to punch in a 4-digit code to get the lock to buzz and release. Inside, the hallway always smelled like a mix of old carpeting, reheated food, and whatever detergent people used in the communal laundry room. On some nights it was fried chicken and cheap cologne. On others it was microwaved fish and cigarette smoke bleeding under doors. The walls were a dull off-white that had started turning gray at the corners. The overhead lights flickered sometimes, humming like sleepy insects in their plastic covers. Even that building had its own soundtrack. The low clank of the pipes when someone on the 3rd floor ran hot water. The elevator's tired mechanical groan when it decided to work. Doors closing with the same soft slam, over and over, as people came home from late shifts and tiptoed into their apartments. The faint thump of bass from the guy on the 2nd floor who thought nobody could hear his music after midnight. I knew those sounds. I knew when the laundry room door squeaked because someone was actually doing laundry, and when it shifted on its hinges all by itself. I knew the difference between my neighbor's heavy boots and the quick, light steps of the college kid who lived upstairs. That familiarity made me feel like I had some control, like if anything was wrong, I would hear it before it reached my door. That was how I thought back then. If I could name the noises, if I could track them, if nothing sounded out of place, then I was okay. It is strange to remember how calm I used to be walking that route, how automatic my body felt. Count the blocks, cross at the same spot, glance at the same corners, up the same stairs, key in the same lock. I was not careless. I was not completely naive. I watched my surroundings in the way every woman who works nights learns to do, but I trusted repetition. I believed that because nothing bad had ever happened on that walk. It meant nothing bad would. That is what makes me sick to my stomach now, looking back, because later, when everything had already blown apart, detectives sat me down in another fluorescent-lit room and pressed play on grainy camera footage from those same streets. They slowed it down, frame by frame, pointing at the blurred shapes moving under the streetlights. They showed me the familiar outline of my own body leaving the bar, turning left, walking that 7-minute path like always. And then they pointed at a second figure, farther back. The one I had never heard at all, back then. I thought knowing all the sounds of that street meant I was safe. I knew how wrong I was the night I heard a new set of footsteps behind me. 1, 2. Evan becomes a regular. I still remember the first time I noticed him, mostly because there was nothing remarkable to notice. It was a Tuesday, I think, early in my shift. The bar half empty, the kind of night where the only people drinking are those who drink no matter what day it is. I was wiping down the counter when the door swung open and a gust of cold air moved through the room, carrying in the damp smell of the street. He walked in alone. No swagger, no loud greeting. Just drifted inside like he had been here 100 times already, even though I had never seen him before. He looked like the kind of man your eyes slide over without catching. Thinning brown hair, cut too short at the sides, a patchy beard that never quite committed to being a beard, more like he had stopped shaving out of laziness and then forgot to start again. He wore a brown jacket that might have been nice once, now shiny at the elbows, with a frayed cuff hanging by a few threads. His jeans were creased in permanent knee lines, and his shoes were worn down at the heels, the soles slightly uneven. He paused just inside the door, scanning the room with quick, bird-like glances that somehow missed me entirely. Then he moved to the bar and took the third stool from the end, the one tucked closest to the wall. From there, I realized he could see both the entrance and the TVS without having to turn his head very much. "Hey," I said, sliding a coaster in front of him. "What can I get you?" He didn't smile. Not really. His mouth twitched up a little at one corner, like he was trying on the idea. "Just a beer," he said. His voice was quiet, low, with that flat Midwest stretch that makes every sentence sound like an observation rather than an opinion. Whatever's on draft. Easy customer, I thought. No custom cocktail nonsense. No weird combo order. I pulled him a pint of the cheap lager we sold gallons of, set it down, and moved on. He paid with a credit card. That was when I saw his name for the first time, printed in small raised letters across the plastic. Not Evan, something else. But that is what I will call him. He tipped well that first night. Not outrageously, but enough that I noticed his receipt when I stacked them later. He drank 2 beers, watched the TV without really reacting to anything, and left without saying goodbye. The stool swiveled back slowly after he stepped off, turning emptily toward the bar until it faced straight ahead again. The next time he came in, I almost did not register that it was him. Same brown jacket, same seat, same quiet nod when I approached. "Another draft?" I asked. "Sure," he said. "Thanks." Small talk is part of the job. Most people want it more than the drink. That night, with the bar slow and my hands bored, I asked him where he worked. He told me, some warehouse or logistics job on the industrial side of town, the kind of place where the lights buzz and the air is always a little too cold and the breaks never feel long enough. "Sounds fun," I joked. He huffed something that might have been a laugh. "It pays," he said. It started like that. Easy, shallow, work, weather, whatever game was on. "Busy tonight?" he'd ask, even when he could obviously see the room. "Getting there," I'd say, even when it wasn't. Over the next couple of weeks, he became part of the scenery, one more body filling one more stool. He started coming in at least twice a week, then 3 times, always after 10, always alone. He never seemed drunk, never raised his voice, never tried to wedge himself into conversations he was not invited into. If you had walked in and glanced around, you would have been far more likely to notice the guys yelling at the TV, or the couple making out in the booth, or the woman in the corner texting furiously. He was just there. Brown jacket, 3rd stool from the end, quiet eyes, a beer glass slowly emptying in front of him. That invisibility is what I think about now. How good he was at taking up space without drawing focus. The conversations slowly shifted. That is the part I can see in hindsight. Like watching a room fill with smoke one lazy thread at a time. One night, while I was restocking clean glasses, he asked, "You work here every night?" "Not every night," I said. "Most?" "You do other stuff?" he asked. "School or whatever?" "Not right now," I said, sliding a pint under the tap. "Just this." He nodded like that meant something important to him. "Bet you see some shit in this place," he said. "You have no idea," I answered. And that was the truth. A few nights later, "You live close by?" I shrugged. Close enough, I said. That is what I always said to customers. Vague, non-committal. Walk or drive, he asked, like it was a natural follow-up. Depends, I said, turning away to wipe up a spill. It's not far. He tapped his fingers on the bar in a little rhythm, eyes on the TV. But I could feel him listening to my answer more than he was watching the game. The question changed shape over time. You got a roommate or something? You live with your boyfriend? Must be nice, just walking home and crashing right away. I hate commuting. Each question sounded almost casual by itself, tucked between comments about the weather or the score. I answered with the same thin layer of vagueness every bartender learns early. Something like that. Sometimes I manage. I smiled when it felt required. I laughed when he said something that seemed intended to be funny. I never asked him anything too personal in return. There is a line you try to keep in this job, a safe little gap between yourself and the people on the other side of the bar. Friendly, but not friends. Interested, but not invested. That gap keeps you sane. It also makes you feel, foolishly, like you are the one in control of how much they can really see. I told myself I was maintaining that line with him. I remember one particular night with strange clarity, like the air itself was brighter around it. A Saturday. The place was louder than usual. The TVS were showing a football game, and the crowd noise was turned up enough that we had to raise our voices to hear each other. People were shouting at blown calls, clinking glasses, stomping their feet when their team got close to the end zone. Evan was at his usual spot, his brown jacket folded neatly on the stool beside him, as if saving a seat for someone who never came. He was drinking whiskey that night instead of beer, melting ice floating in the amber. At some point in the second half, the game cut to commercials. The bar's speakers dropped from crowd roars to the lower, flatter sound of an advertisement. For a few seconds, the whole room felt quieter, all the noise settling like dust. That was when he asked it. You live alone, he said, sounding almost bored, like he was asking if I carried a certain brand of beer. It was such a simple question. People ask it all the time, in all kinds of contexts. But the timing of it, right as the background volume fell, right as my ears were adjusting to the shift, made it ring strangely loud in my head. I was wiping down the section of bar in front of him. The rag squeaked softly on the wood. His glass was empty except for ice cubes, bumping against each other as the last of them slid against the sides. I could hear those ice cubes. I could hear the faint tick of his fingernail tapping the bar while he waited for my answer. For a moment, it felt like the entire bar had gone quiet, even though it hadn't. The TV was still talking about car insurance. Someone down the counter laughed, an order ticket printed in the kitchen with its usual harsh buzz. But all of that felt far away. My mouth was dry. Why I deflected. He blinked slowly, as if surprised I had not simply said yes or no, just talking. He said, "You always say you walk home. Was wondering if someone's there when you get back." The rag in my hand was suddenly too damp, too cold. I swapped it out for a dry one just to have something to do. There's always someone around, I said finally. I made it sound like a joke. The walls in my building are paper thin. You can hear everything. He smiled that tiny, not quite smile again. The ice in his glass settled with a faint crack as one cube fractured and slipped. Must be nice, he said. Not being alone. He let it go after that, or at least, He stopped talking. I poured him another drink and moved down the bar to take care of other customers. The moment slid into all the other strange little moments of the night. A weird question, a weird pause, nothing big enough to point at and call a problem. If it had stayed there, maybe I would have forgotten it. But a few nights later, he said something that finally pulled that thin red line across my nerves. It was late. The crowd had thinned. The floor was sticky from spilled beer and wing sauce. My feet hurt so much that I could feel my pulse in my arches. Evan was one of the last people at the bar. His tab open, his glass half full. I was cashing out another customer when he said, almost to himself but loud enough for me to hear, "You always leave around 12:10. I looked up. He was staring at the TV, but the game was over. Some recap show was on. The hosts laughing about stats I was too tired to care about. His eyes were unfocused, like he was watching something only he could see. What I asked. He turned his head toward me slowly, as if he had to physically drag his attention back. "You," he said, "you usually clock out, do your little closing stuff, and walk out the door at 12:10, 12:15 if it's busy." He said it casually, like he was impressed by my consistency. The back of my neck prickled. "You paying that much attention to me?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He shrugged one shoulder. "I'm here a lot," he said. "You start to notice patterns. That's all. You should be careful walking that late." The way he said it, like an observation, not a warning, sat wrong in my chest. Customers told me to be careful all the time. Drunk men who thought they were charming. Older regulars who saw me as a daughter stand-in. Women who knew the streets and knew how fast they could turn. But this did not sound like concern. It sounded possessive, somehow. Like my schedule was information he had earned. I laughed it off, because that is what I did. That is what we are trained to do in places like that. To soften, to smile, to make sharp edges seem less dangerous. "Yeah," I said. "I know the way. I'll be fine." He nodded and went back to his drink. The TV droned on. The ice in his glass clinked together as he lifted it to his lips. I never answered the question, lying under what he had said. "How many nights have I watched you walk out of here?" That conversation should have been enough for me to do something. Tell my boss. Ask someone to walk me home. Change my routine. Instead, I tucked it into the back of my mind with all the other off moments. A little knot of unease I smoothed my hand over and pushed away. It was only weeks later, sitting in a police station with the air conditioner humming too loud, that I realized just how long he had been paying attention. A detective loaded up footage from the city camera across the street. The timestamps glowed faintly in the corner of the screen. Different nights, different dates. There I was, pushing open the bar door, locking it, starting my 7-minute walk. And there, in frame after frame, was Evan. Sometimes he stood directly under the camera, looking down the block. His face turned up just enough for me to recognize the line of his jaw, the shape of his thinning hair. Sometimes he leaned against the brick across from the bar, hands in his jacket pockets, glancing at his watch, then at the door, then back again. On a couple of nights, he arrived long before my shift ended, simply existing in the margins of the street. Waiting. He had been out there, in that slice of sidewalk, watching the door, checking the time. Long before the night I started thinking of him as a regular. Long before I thought to notice him at all. 1.3. The first red flags. Looking back, I can see the first red flags so clearly that it feels impossible I ever missed them. At the time, though, they were just little moments. Things that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up for a second before I smoothed them down with some excuse. He was good at making his attention sound harmless. That was the worst part. It started with the way he remembered things. Most regulars forget everything you tell them by the next round. You can pour your heart out to a stranger at a bar and know that tomorrow they will only remember whether their team won. But Evan held on to details like he was filing them away. One night, I was complaining to another bartender about my younger sister canceling our visit again. I had one elbow on the bar, one hand wrapped around a glass of water, talking quietly while the late game droned on above us. "She's always too busy," I said. "I love her, but sometimes it feels like she lives on another planet, or another state, I guess." I forgot about that conversation by the end of the night. It was just one more exhausted rant among hundreds. A week later, when Evan slid into his usual stool, he asked, "Your sister ever call you back?" The question hit me before I could armor up. I looked at him, confused for half a second, then remembered what I had said. "Yeah, I lied. She did." He nodded, eyes on his drink. "That's good. Being that far away must suck." I did not recall ever telling him she lived out of state. Maybe I had mentioned it once. Maybe he had just put it together from something he overheard. It was easy to tell myself that. Another night, during a lull, the TV flicked over to a movie while we were waiting for a game to start. A horror movie. A basement scene came on flickering light, creaking stairs. I made a face. I hate basements," I muttered as I grabbed a stack of clean glasses. "They freak me out." "Why?" Evan asked. I shrugged. "I don't know. Something about being underground. No windows. One way out? I just don't like them." I moved on, took an order from a couple, argued with the POS screen, yelled an order at the kitchen over the sizzle of the grill. 15 minutes later, as I handed him his whiskey, he said, "So you're scared of basements?" He said it like a simple fact. Not "you just said that," but "this is part of who you are." I never said scared. I answered, a little sharper than I meant to, just that I don't like them. He tapped the side of his glass with one fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. "Same thing," he said, and took a sip. It was the way he tucked those details away and waited, like he was building a little map of me in his head, the sister far away, the basements, the way I complained about coming home to a dark apartment after a late shift. "I hate walking into a dark place," I had said once, not to him, but to another regular. "I always feel like there's someone standing just out of sight." Weeks later, as I handed Evan his beer, he asked, "Still hate going home to a dark place after work?" The words made my stomach tighten because he had repeated my sentence exactly. Every syllable, even the little upward lilt at the end, like a nervous joke. "I didn't realize you were listening," I said. "I listen more than people think," he replied. There was one particular moment that still makes me feel cold when I replay it. It was early in the night, the sun not fully gone outside, the light through the front windows mixing with the neon glow and making everything a sick, washed-out color. Evan had only been sitting for a few minutes, I was stacking napkins, restocking straws, stupid little opening rituals that made my hands busy. "So you're building," he said casually. That the one with the green awning, I froze for half a second. I had never mentioned the awning to him. I had never described the front of my building at all. I might have said brick once, or 4 floors, but not that. "How do you know what my building looks like?" I asked, my voice lighter than my pulse. He shrugged, eyes never leaving the TV. "Saw you walk in one time," he said. "You said you live close." I was just in the neighborhood. At midnight, on a block that nobody had any business on unless they lived there. A thin line of cold slid down my back. There was a tiny pause where I could feel myself standing at a fork. Either I treated what he had said as something serious, or I filed it under coincidence and went back to pouring drinks. I chose the second path. "It's not that exciting," I said, forcing a laugh. "Just old brick and loud neighbors." He smiled that almost smile, the corners of his mouth tugging up for a second and then dropping. "I like old buildings," he said. "You never know what's inside." I told myself he had probably just seen me going in once, that he might live nearby, that I was being paranoid. It is frightening how fast your brain works to reassure you that you are safe, even when your skin knows you are not, around that time. There were other, smaller things that made me look up, then look away. Sometimes, when I was locking the front door at closing, keys jangling in the lock, I would hear a weird little click-click against the glass. It sounded like someone flicking a coin with their thumb, or a key ring bumping the window. Just 2 or 3 taps. When I turned around, the sidewalk outside would be empty, the streetlights humming, a stray flyer skating along the gutter in the wind. Once. The sound came again, a little louder, click, click, click. I snapped my head up so fast my neck hurt. The reflection of the bar's interior lights on the glass made it hard to see out. My own face ghosted over the street. For a second, I thought I saw a shape just to the side of the door, a darker patch in the dark. But when I stepped closer and cupped my hand to block the glare, there was nothing there. Probably the sign shaking in the wind, my boss said when I mentioned it, or the metal frame settling. I let that explanation slot into place. Even though the night had been still, the air heavy with humidity, not a breeze in sight. One evening, Evan beat me to the bar. I walked in through the side door from the alley, still adjusting the knot of my ponytail, and found my coworker leaning against the back counter, grinning at me. "Your stalker boyfriend is here earlier than you tonight," he said, chin jerking toward the dining area. I rolled my eyes, assuming he meant one of the louder regulars. But when I stepped out from behind the rack of liquor bottles, I saw Evan sitting on the 3rd stool, empty bar in front of him, eyes fixed on the doorway I had just come through. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't watching the game, or his phone, or even the door to the street. He was looking straight at the hallway where I appeared each night, like he had been staring at that spot for some time. "Don't call him that," I muttered to my coworker, forcing a laugh. "He's just here a lot." My coworker shrugged and moved on, wiping down tables. I went behind the bar, feeling the weight of Evan's gaze track me as I did. Later, when another bartender joked in front of him, "Dude, you're in here so much you might as well start paying rent." He finally smiled at the guy, not at me, and said, "Some places are worth sticking around." Everyone laughed. It was just banter to them, but the way his eyes slid back to me afterward made that laughter feel thin and far away. There was one night near the end of that first month where something happened that I still cannot fully explain. I was at the sink behind the bar, up to my wrists in hot, greasy water, scrubbing lipstick rings off glass rims. The back door opened onto a narrow alley where the delivery trucks backed up in the mornings. After dark, it was just a strip of cracked pavement between our brick wall and the fenced-in lot next door. There was a motion sensor light back there that flicked on if anyone got too close. Above the sink, we had a small black and white monitor wired to a camera pointed at that back door. It was grainy and drab, the kind of feed that always looked like it came from 20 years ago, even though it was new. I glanced up at the screen for no particular reason. A figure was standing dead center in the frame, just outside the door. He was motionless, facing the camera, which meant he was also facing the door. The alley light was on, casting his shadow long and thin behind him. The image was too fuzzy to make out details, but I could see the outline of a jacket. Shoulders slightly hunched, hands at his sides. He wasn't smoking. He wasn't on his phone. He wasn't knocking. He was just standing there, looking straight into the lens. I felt the dish slick out of my fingers and clank back into the water. My heart jumped against my ribs so fast it hurt. We use that alley sometimes to take out trash or let staff come and go. My first stupid thought was that it was just a delivery guy who had come at the wrong time, or another employee playing a prank. But nobody had mentioned going out back. Nobody had called to be let in. I wiped my hands on a towel and stepped toward the actual back door, my eyes flicking from the physical door to the monitor and back again. On the screen, the figure did not move. The handle was cold under my fingers. I hesitated just long enough to feel stupid about it. Then I swung the door open. The alley was empty. The motion sensor light hummed overhead, bathing the cracked concrete and the dented dumpster in pale yellow. There was no one standing where the figure had been in the frame. No footsteps fading away. Just the faint smell of garbage and wet brick. I stepped out just far enough to look both ways along the alley. It was a straight line from the street to the rear lot. No doorways, no alcoves, nowhere for someone to hide that fast. The only sound was the distant rumble of traffic and the drip of water from a pipe. Behind me, inside, the monitor showed the same view, only without the figure now, just static gray and the rectangular outline of the open doorway. I closed the door, flipped the deadbolt, and tried to tell myself I had misread the picture, that the human brain sees patterns in noise, faces in shadows, people where there is only static. Later, in the privacy of my own head, I admitted what I had really seen. The shape on the screen had been the same height, the same slope of shoulders. As Evan, a brownish blur where the jacket would have been, the angle of his head slightly tilted down, as if he were listening to something on the other side of the door. At the time, I did nothing. I went back to washing glasses. I told myself it had just been a trick of the light, a glitch in the feed, a delayed image from some earlier moment. That is what you do when something unsettles you but does not make sense. You tuck it away. You tell yourself you are overreacting. You let the night go on. Several months later, I was in a different room with a different monitor, sitting across from a detective who had a plastic evidence bag on the table between us. Inside was a stack of printed photographs they had pulled from the trunk of Evan's car. He slid them out one by one. My throat dried out as I recognized myself in almost every single one. In some. I was leaving the bar, head down, hoodie up, the neon sign behind me bleeding into the dark. in others. I was mid-stride halfway down my block, framed from behind, the focus more on the shape of my body and the swing of my bag than on my face. One photograph was a close-up of my building's front door. You could see the keypad clearly. My hand hovered over it in the shot, frozen just before pressing the numbers. The angle was from across the street, near the spot under that lamppost where he liked to stand. As I flipped through them with shaking fingers, I realized that all those little moments, the way he remembered my sister, the way he repeated my words back to me, the way he knew about the green awning and the dark hallway were not isolated. They were pieces of the same thing. The first red flags had not just been in my head. They had been in his hands, on glossy paper, tucked neatly into an envelope in his trunk. Long before the night he finally decided to close the distance between us. 2.1. Questions that stick. Once you notice someone listening too closely, you start replaying all the things you have already told them without thinking. For a while, I hadn't realized how much I had given him just because the nights were long and my guard got lazy. There was a stretch of weeks where Evan's questions were constant, but thin enough to pass as boredom. He never sat forward and interrogated me all at once. He spread it out, one harmless-sounding thing at a time. "What days do you get off?" he asked once, tracing the rim of his glass with one finger. "Usually Sundays and Mondays," I said, grabbing a basket of fries for another customer. "Sometimes they change it up." He nodded like he was just making conversation. "Nice, Mup," he said. "At least you get 2 in a row." A few nights later, he circled back from a slightly different angle. "You work anywhere else, or just here to just here?" I said. "I did a second job for a while, but it was too much." He sucked at his teeth thoughtfully. "So if you're not here, you're home?" he asked. I was already halfway down the bar when he said it, so I pretended not to hear. He didn't push. Not right then. He just waited until another night, when the bar was slow and my energy was low, and asked, "You ever think about going back to school?" I shrugged. "Sometimes." "What would you study?" he asked. We went back and forth like that, his questions swimming in with a dozen others from regulars who thought they were being friendly. But his had a different weight to them. He wasn't just trying to pass the time. He was building something in his head, one answer at a time. He asked when my sister usually called, like he was trying to figure out what nights I might be distracted. "She works early," I said. "She only calls on weekends usually, before bed. She's an hour ahead, so it's not that late for her." He tilted his head. "So she wouldn't call you at, say, midnight on a Tuesday?" he said. I frowned. "No," I said slowly. "Why would she?" He just shrugged again and took a sip of his drink. Another night, he brought up pets. "You ever think about getting a dog?" he asked, nodding at a video on his phone some other customer had shown him. "Landlord doesn't allow dogs," I said, "and the apartment's too small." "Cat," he pushed. "I'm allergic." I lied. I wasn't. I just did not feel like telling him there was nothing in my apartment but me, a dying plant, and a TV. The thing is, all of these sound normal when you lay them out like that. People talk about this kind of stuff in bars all the time, but there was a persistence to his that felt different. If I gave a vague answer, he would remember it and try again from another direction a week later, like picking at a knot with a different finger. I started moving differently around him. At first, I didn't even notice I was doing it, but over time, I realized I was stacking my tasks to keep myself at the far end of the bar when he was there, sending other bartenders down his way if they were free. If he raised his empty glass while I was standing near him, I would pretend I hadn't seen and take a few extra seconds rinsing something in the sink. I would find any excuse to check on the table of loud guys yelling about the NFL instead, or the older man at the corner nursing a whiskey and telling the same Vietnam story he told every Thursday, about the heat and the smell and the sound mortars make on impact. There was comfort in those routines, in conversations that went in circles I'd walked 100 times. We had Uber Eats drivers coming in and out with bags of takeout for people too tired to cook, dropping off greasy burgers and soggy fries to the back table where the staff grabbed bites between orders. The night would hum with that particular American noise door chimes, sports commentary, bickering about fantasy football lineups, someone arguing about a bad call from 3 seasons ago like it had personally ruined their life. Evan sat in the middle of all that like a shadow pinned to a particular spot. He wasn't the loudest, or the drunkest, or the most obviously dangerous man in that room. He was the one who stayed late and asked questions that stuck in my head after he'd gone home. One night, I was steaming milk for a coffee a regular liked to order before he drove home. The machine hissed and roared, drowning out the TV for a moment, filling my nose with the smell of burnt espresso. When I turned back, wiping the steam wand with a rag, Evan was watching me. "Do you have Instagram?" he asked, like he was asking if I had change for a 20. I hesitated. "Not really," I said. I have one, but I don't use it much." His eyes flicked down to the bar, then back up. "That's weird," he said. "I've seen you on Instagram." The sentence hit me wrong immediately. "What do you mean?" I asked. He tilted his head, like he was trying to remember something exactly. "Your friend tagged you," he said, "behind the bar. That stupid green hoodie you always wear on Thursdays, with the stain on the sleeve." My stomach dropped. Heat climbed up my neck so fast I could feel my ears burn. I was suddenly aware of the hoodie hanging on the hook in the back room. The one I always grabbed because the job made me cold. Because I didn't care if it smelled like fryer grease. I had never posted a picture of myself at work. I hated photos when I was sweaty and exhausted, hair half falling out of its tie. But my coworker loved to snap group shots and behind-the-scenes pics when the bar was slow, tagging everyone and writing stupid captions like "Another Night in Paradise." I hadn't thought much about it. They were just photos to me, noise in an endless scroll. I had assumed only our friends saw them. Apparently not. "How did you see that?" I asked. My voice came out too sharp. He looked faintly amused by my reaction. "I follow the bar's hashtag," he said, "and I get bored a lot. You'd be surprised what you find when you click around." My hands were wet from wiping the bar. I could feel the cloth slipping against my fingers. My pulse was high enough that I could feel it in my throat. "It's not that deep," I said, forcing a laugh that sounded fake even to me. "People post everything these days." He smiled, but it wasn't friendly. It was thin and knowing. "Yeah," he said. "They really do." For the rest of that shift, I felt exposed in a way I hadn't before. Like there was a version of me floating around in his phone that I hadn't consented to show him. Images of me that he could zoom in on, study, scroll back to whenever he felt like it. Photos I hadn't even remembered being in from that night on. I started checking locks more carefully. I would stand at the front door 5 extra seconds, hand on the deadbolt, and tug twice to make sure it was actually latched. I would look more than once both ways before stepping out onto the sidewalk, scanning the shadows under the streetlights for that brown jacket. I started listening harder to the echoes of footsteps behind me. If I heard someone walking in the same rhythm as mine for more than half a block, I'd pretend to stop and tie my shoe, watching out of the corner of my eye to see if they passed or mirrored me. I told myself it was just being smart, just being cautious. A woman who walks home alone at night has to be careful. That's all this was. But the truth is, his comment about Instagram had lodged somewhere deep under my skin. It was the first time he'd taken something from my life outside the bar and held it up where I could see it. I went home that night and, for the first time in months, scrolled back through my own feed. There I was, blurry in the background, pouring a drink, laughing at some joke, standing with co-workers in that ugly green hoodie, my name tagged neatly under each frame. It felt like looking at crime scene photos before the crime. The next afternoon, before my shift, I was in the back with one of my co-workers, killing time scrolling our phones while we waited for the first customers to wander in. She snorted and shoved her screen toward me. "Look at this," she said. "Creeps really don't quit." On her Instagram, there was a new message request. The profile picture was a blurry shot of what looked like a parking lot at night. All orange sodium lights and black shapes. The username was a jumble of letters and numbers. The bio was empty. 3 followers, no posts. The message itself was nothing special. Just, "Hey, you work at bar name. Right. You're really pretty. Do you ever hang out after close?" No emojis. No punctuation beyond a question mark. It could have come from anybody. But what made my skin crawl was the username. It had a 4-digit number at the end. Those 4 digits were the month and day of my birthday. "That's weird," I said. She rolled her eyes. "Guys are weird," she said. "Probably just some drunk who found me through the bar tag." She held down her thumb and hit block without replying, tossing her phone onto the counter. "Bet it's your little fanboy," she joked as she grabbed a bar towel. "Brown jacket. 3rd stool. He looks like the type." We both laughed. Because what else do you do? The moment passed into the white noise of all the other small, creepy things that happen in service jobs. We went back to cutting limes and arguing about whose turn it was to clean the bathrooms. Later, much later, in another room with thicker walls and colder air, a detective would show me a printout of a social media report. He would point at a string of characters on a piece of paper and say, "We traced this burner account back to his IP address. Same one he used to look up your building's floor plan." I think about that sometimes. How easily we dismissed the first digital knock on the door. How close my coworker's casual joke was to the truth, too. The first time I knew, he followed me. The first time I was sure he had walked behind me. The night itself did its best to convince me I was imagining things. It was a rainy weeknight, the kind of rain that never fully commits. The sky had been leaking on and off all afternoon. A fine mist that turned everything damp but never quite became a storm. Because it was so quiet at the bar, no game, no big event. Just a handful of regulars and a lot of empty stools, my boss let me close early. I remember looking at the clock when I took my apron off, a little after 11. That felt strange in my body, like the night had been cut short mid-sentence. I did the closing routine anyway: wipe, stack, sweep, lock, like muscle memory would fill in the missing hour. When I stepped outside, the air was cool and wet. The streetlights spread their light across the slick asphalt in smeared yellow streaks. reflecting off puddles and parked cars and the shining backs of trash bags heaped by the curb. The whole block looked like it had been painted over with a thin coat of oil. The rain had eased into a mist, more present on the skin than visible in the air. I could see it in the halo around the lamps, in the way my hair began to curl at the edges as soon as I pulled my hood up. Sounds at night change when it rains. Everything that usually echoes gets swallowed. The loudest things become the soft ones. The tap, tap, tap of water dripping off the bar's awning onto the sidewalk. The patter of rain hitting the metal roof of the laundromat next door. A hollow, tinkling rhythm. The distant hiss of tires on wet pavement as cars crossed an intersection a few blocks away. The low, constant glug-glug of water rushing through the storm drains, hidden under the street, gurgling like something alive in the pipes. I locked the bar door, tugged on it twice out of habit, and started walking. The neighborhood felt emptier than usual. Fewer cars parked along the curb, no clusters of people smoking outside the late-night diner, no one standing under bus shelters scrolling their phones. Just the wet street, the glow of a few apartment windows, and the shifting reflection of my own body in shopfront glass as I passed. At first, I did not notice anything strange. I did what I always did, counted steps between familiar landmarks, timed my breathing to the rhythm of my feet, cataloged the sounds around me. A TV somewhere up high played a rerun loud enough that I caught the laugh track through a thin apartment wall. A dog barked once and then was hushed. A siren wailed far away. More a suggestion than a threat. It was only as I turned off the main street onto the quieter residential block that I felt that twitch in my spine. That prickling awareness that tells you something behind you is not the same as it was a second ago. I could hear footsteps, not loud, not running, just the gentle slap of soles on wet concrete, somewhere behind me. What made them stand out was the timing. My own boots hit the ground in a particular rhythm, left, right, light splashes in shallow puddles. The footsteps behind me fell into the same rhythm, just a beat behind, as though whoever it was had synced themselves to me. I told myself it was nothing. People walk. It's a city. Sidewalks are for sharing. Still, I tested it. I slowed down a fraction, pretending to adjust the strap of my bag. The footsteps behind me seemed to slow, too. I sped up, pushing my legs into a quicker pace, rain beating on my jacket. The footsteps grew a little faster, staying at roughly the same distance. I could not tell how close. A half block. Maybe close enough to be heard. Far enough that I could still tell myself they were not following me, just going the same way. I did not turn around immediately. There's a weird pride that kicks in sometimes. A stubborn refusal to admit you're scared, like if you look, you're granting the fear power it does not deserve. I walked another 20, 30 steps. The road ahead of me was a narrow tunnel of yellow light and wet blacktop. My building was at the far end, a rectangle of deeper shadow with its green awning barely visible in the gloom. The footsteps did not go away. Eventually, my body overruled my ego. I stopped outright, making it look as casual as I could. I pretended to dig in my bag for my keys, shoulders hunched under my hood. The rain ticked lightly on my jacket. Water dripped from a nearby tree, fat drops hitting the sidewalk with soft plops. A car door slammed somewhere behind a row of houses. The footsteps behind me didn't. I turned my head over my shoulder, slowly. The block behind me looked empty. No one walking under the streetlights. No silhouettes crossing intersections. No straggler cutting across the road. Just a slick stretch of sidewalk, shining faintly, and the dark shapes of parked cars. For a long second, I stood there, breathing too loud in my own ears, trying to make sense of the disconnect between what I had heard and what I was seeing. Maybe whoever it was had turned down a side street without me noticing. Maybe I had misheard. The echo of my own steps bouncing off the buildings weirdly in the rain. Brick and water can play tricks. Sound carries differently when it has wet surfaces to cling to. I forced myself to turn back around and keep walking. The hairs on my arms stayed raised under my sleeves. When I reached my building, the awning above the door was dripping steadily, a curtain of water trailing off its edge. The keypad glowed dull green in the dark. I stepped under the awning and shook some of the moisture from my hood, my fingers fishing out my keyring. As I lifted my hand to punch in the code, I heard it. A soft, muffled thud behind me. Not loud, not something slamming. More like the sound of a shoe scuffing hard against wet concrete, or a shoulder bumping into a metal pole. I turned so fast my keys slipped in my hand. The sidewalk stretching away from the building was empty. No one standing nearby. No one crossing the street. The only movement was the rain making rings in a small puddle near the curb rings that were still rippling outward, disturbed by something that was no longer there. The puddle was close enough to my building's stoop that if someone had stepped in it, then jumped aside quickly, that's what it would look like, a spreading circle of motion. No foot to match it. I stared at it until the circles faded and became just random disturbance again. Maybe something fell from the tree overhead, I told myself. A branch, a chunk of wet leaves. It was amazing how quickly my mind supplied explanations that kept me from panicking. I punched in the code, listened for the familiar buzz of the lock releasing, slipped inside, and let the door close behind me. The lobby light felt too bright. The air smelled of damp carpet and someone's leftover takeout. My heart was still beating faster than it should have for a normal walk home. I went up to my apartment, locked my door, checked it twice, then found myself standing in the center of the living room, listening for sounds in the hallway. Nothing unusual, just the building breathing around me. By the next morning, I had almost convinced myself I had been jumpy for no reason. Rain plays tricks. Extra quiet makes every noise stand out. That is what I told myself as I pulled on my shoes and headed to work. I didn't drive often. I usually walked. But that day, my coworker had asked to swap parking spots with me so she could run errands after her shift, and I had borrowed her car to pick up some things before work. I pulled into the shared lot behind the bar, the blacktop still dark from last night's drizzle. Her car was already there, parked a few spaces down, pale silver with a dent in the rear bumper. I saw something tucked under the windshield wiper and assumed it was a flyer or a ticket. When I got closer, I realized it was a photograph, not an envelope, not a note, just a single, glossy photo, naked to the air, held down by the pressure of the wiper blade. It was face down, the back of it smeared with a faint fingerprint of rain and dirt. I glanced around the lot. No one else was there. The back door of the bar was still locked. The alley was empty, save for a dumpster and a couple of oil stains. My hand shook just a little as I slid the photo out from under the wiper. On the front, in crisp, too clear black and white, was an image of me. I was caught mid-step, one foot on the first concrete stair of my building, one still on the sidewalk. My hood was up. My head was bent slightly toward the keypad, hand reaching out to press the numbers. The awning above me loomed like a dark, dripping shape. The wet street behind me reflected the streetlight in long, bright streaks. The angle of the shot was from across the street, a little to the left. Whoever had taken it had been standing almost exactly where that puddle was, exactly where I had seen the ripples spreading with no foot to cause them. My own face in the photo was turned away, but my posture communicated everything tired, unaware, alone. There were no words on the back, no threat, no note, no marker. Just the smooth white surface and the faint image of the rain warped into the paper. I stood there for a long moment, the sound of traffic on the main road muffled by the walls of the alley. The bar's back door, a dead, blank slab beside me. The photograph felt heavier than it should have in my hand. It could have been a prank. That was the first lifeline my brain threw me. Some bored kid with a camera. Someone from the building messing around. Someone who thought leaving a candid shot on a windshield would be funny. Some kind of artsy, anonymous thing. But the angle was too deliberate. The timing too precise. There was no blur from a rushed shot. No random framing. The center of the picture was me and the door. Me and the entrance to where I slept, frozen on the threshold. I looked up again, scanning the edges of the lot, the fence, the alley mouth, the rooftops of the buildings around us. Nothing moved. I folded the photo in half without meaning to, the glossy paper creasing sharply under my fingers. It felt like breaking something, like putting a line through a moment that had already happened. Inside the bar, the lights were still half on. The air still smelled like fryer oil and lemon cleaner from the night staff mopping. I walked straight to the trash can behind the bar, dropped the folded picture in, and buried it under a load of cardboard and paper towels. My hands were shaking enough that one of my coworkers noticed. "You okay?" she asked, popping a lid off a container of cut limes. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "I'm fine, just cold. It's wet out." I did not tell my boss. I could already hear his voice in my head. "You're overreacting. It's probably nothing. People leave weird stuff on cars all the time." I did not want to be the hysterical girl who turned everything into a crisis. I did not want to watch people roll their eyes when I left the room. So I threw away the only physical proof that someone had stood in the rain and photographed me walking into my home. Much later, sitting in another room with a different trash can and a very different kind of fluorescent lighting, a detective would fan out a dozen photos on the table between us. They were all shots of me from different nights, different angles, different distances. Some were almost identical to the one I had found on the windshield. "This one," he said, tapping a particular print. "We know he printed multiple copies of. We found the negatives in his apartment and a whole roll of duplicates in a box under his bed. It was the same image I had thrown away the same moment on the stairs. The same arm reaching toward the keypad. The same bend of my head. He likes to keep one," the detective said, "and he likes to show one. Let them know he was there. It's part of the game for him." I thought about that rainy night, about the ripple in the puddle, the sound of that soft thud, and the smooth curve of glossy paper under my fingers as I buried his message in the trash. He had not just followed me. He had made sure I knew it, and I had let the warning go out with the garbage. 2, 3. Coworkers. Joke. My gut stops laughing. The night my coworkers started joking about him, was one of those nights where the bar felt like the center of the universe. There was a big game on playoffs, or some rivalry that made grown men wear jerseys tight over their guts and paint their faces like war. The place was packed from the moment we unlocked the door. Every bar stool taken, every table covered in wings and napkins and half-empty pitchers of beer. The TVS were cranked so loud the commentators' voices blurred into one long shout. The sounds came in layers, the sharp crack of pool balls from the back room, the metallic clink of glasses bumping together as people toasted or gestured too wildly, the rattle of ice in the shaker, the hiss of soda guns, the slap of plastic menus on sticky wood, random explosions of cheers or boos whenever something important happened on the screen. The whole bar vibrated. Even the floor felt like it was humming under my shoes. I was in motion from the moment my shift started, pouring beer, grabbing bottles, ducking around bar stools and outstretched arms, shouting orders to the kitchen over the roar of the crowd. The POS screens glowed in front of us like little altars, tabs stacking up faster than we could close them out, somewhere in that chaos. Evan slipped in. I didn't see him at first. He didn't go to his usual stool. Instead, he took a small two-top table tucked just off to the side of the bar, near the wall. From there, he had a clear line of sight to the register area, where bartenders paused for a second between tickets to breathe, to rest their wrists, to glance at their phones if they were stupid enough. When I finally noticed him, I was at the POS, fingers flying over the screen. I glanced up, and there he was, sitting calmly among a sea of frantic motion. No jersey, no team hat, just the same brown jacket, unbuttoned now, a dark shirt underneath. Everyone else was turned toward the TVS, eyes tracking the game. He was turned toward us, toward me. He already had a beer in front of him. One of my coworkers must have taken his order when I was busy at the other end. He wasn't touching it, just letting his hand rest near the glass, tracing a circle on the table with one finger. "Yo," my coworker said, nudging me with his elbow as he passed behind me. "Your Shadow's here again." He nodded toward the corner, and I followed his gaze. My Shadow looked away the second our eyes met, like he was suddenly fascinated by his coaster. Third stool was too crowded for him tonight. My coworker laughed, already moving on to flag down a server, a regular sitting near the service well, already 3 beers in, overheard. He squinted toward Evan's table, then looked back at me with a smirk. "That dude's either gonna propose or end up on the news," he said, raising his glass. The words were loud enough to cut through the noise of the game for a second. The people at the bar closest to him chuckled. Someone mimed a little "aw" face. I forced a tight smile. "Let's hope it's neither," I said. On the surface, it was just bar banter. People say worse things every night without meaning any harm. But something about that sentence, either propose or end up on the news, lodged in a part of me that my body did not let go of. I carried that phrase with me down the length of the bar as I poured more drinks, my hands moving automatically while my brain gnawed on it. On the news. At the time, I imagined the news the way it usually appeared in the background at the bar, a scrolling banner under a highlight reel. I did not imagine it the way I eventually saw him there, months later, in a frozen mugshot with a neutral-colored wall behind him. When the rush hit its peak, I barely had time to breathe, much less stare at specific customers. Evan's table blurred into the backdrop. I saw flashes of his face between orders, always calm, always still, while everyone else surged and shouted. He did not seem particularly interested in the game at all. He watched the room instead. That was another thing I would only fully recognize later. That night, I filed it away as some people just aren't sports fans. After closing, when the last customers had staggered out and the TVs finally went dark, the silence felt sudden and heavy. My ears rang with the ghost of the noise, like the bar still remembered the shouting even after it stopped. We moved into the closing routine: grab all the empties, wipe the bar, refill the fridges, stack the stools, mop the floor. The faint smell of cheap lemon cleaner fighting a losing battle against beer and grease. I was exhausted, bones vibrating, brain dulled from all the stimulation. My phone had been in my back pocket all night, buzzing occasionally with messages I didn't have time to check. As I locked the side door and turned the deadbolt on the front, I felt it vibrate again. The sound was sharp in the new quiet, a short, insect-like rattle against the denim. It made me jump. I slid my hand into my pocket and pulled the phone out. The screen lit up my face in the darkened bar. A little red dot glowed on the Instagram icon. New activity, 6 likes. I frowned. I hadn't posted anything in weeks. Curiosity got the better of me. I tapped the notification and saw what it was. Some account I didn't recognize had just liked a string of my old photos. Not new ones, not recent selfies. Old ones from months back, a shot of me and my coworker behind the bar. A blurry picture taken in the walk-in cooler. A mirror selfie in that stupid green hoodie and black work jeans. The username was another nonsense string of letters and numbers. No posts. A default profile picture. It felt less like a person and more like a mask. My stomach did a small, familiar twist. I remembered the message my coworker had shown me not long before from a similar empty account. Probably him. Probably Evan. Probably someone who had gone digging through our tags. I set my jaw and told myself not to spiral. People creep. It's what they do online. That's what everyone said. As I stood there, still looking at the glowing screen, I heard another sound behind me. Tap, tap, tap. 3 quick knocks on the glass front door. Not pounding, not a real attempt to get in. Just a light. Deliberate tapping, like someone testing the barrier. My whole body went cold. I was standing near the POS, a few feet back from the door. The front of the bar was all glass, facing the sidewalk. After we closed, we usually killed most of the interior lights, leaving just the bar back and a couple of dim fixtures on so we could see what we were doing. That meant, from the outside, the glass reflected the inside more than it revealed the street. Right then, I could see my own silhouette in the window, the glow of my phone lighting my face, the dim outline of bottles behind me. The knocking had been soft but close, too close not to be right on the other side of that glass. I turned toward the door slowly, phone still in my hand. At first, all I saw was my own reflection staring back at me. My eyes looked wider than they felt, hollow shadows where pupils should be. Behind my reflection, the rows of empty stools stood like quiet figures waiting for something. I took a step closer. Outside, beyond the layer of reflected light, something moved, a darker shape peeling away from the glass, like a stain pulling back. It was just quick enough that I didn't catch details. A shoulder, a hint of jacket, maybe the curve of a hood or collar, a sense of height and bulk. Then it turned away, melting into the hallway of shadows cast by the building's awning and the streetlights. The door's outer security camera had a small monitor under the bar, set to cycle through feeds. It flickered to the front view a second too late. By then, The sidewalk in frame was empty. No one standing at the door. No slow walker passing by. Just the glimmer of wet pavement and the glowing open sign turned off for the night. Did you hear that I called out? My voice sounding too loud in the half-dark. My coworker popped his head out from the back, holding a trash bag. Hear what he asked? Nothing. I lied. After a beat too long. Must have been the sign rattling. He shrugged and disappeared again. That is how it was with him. Always just enough room for doubt. Always just plausible enough to explain away. I thought a lot about that 3-knock sound after everything happened. It replayed in my head at weird moments, the light, almost polite rhythm of it. Tap, tap, tap. Not let me in. Not open up. More like I am here. At the time, I went home with my heart beating too fast, triple-checking my locks again, scrolling through the new likes from that empty account until my eyes blurred. I did not report it. I did not tell my boss. I told myself I was just tired and jumpy and that I had been working too many nights. Now, I know that while I stood there inside the bar, staring at my own reflection and feeling my phone buzz in my hand, he was practicing, testing, seeing how close he could get without crossing a line that would bring consequences. I also know, because the detectives showed me, that I was not the only one he was shadowing that night. Months later, in the cold blue light of the police station, they pulled up footage from that same evening, not just the camera pointed at our door, but one farther down the block, angled toward the crosswalk. On the grainy screen, timestamps flickering in the corner. I could see the bar's front in the background. A young woman I vaguely recognized, long dark hair, leather jacket. One of the newer customers who had started coming in with friends to watch the games stepped out of our door, laughing at something over her shoulder, then turned and walked away in the opposite direction I usually took home. A few beats later, a second figure appeared, brown jacket, hands in pockets. Same sloping walk I had come to recognize in that chopped-up footage. Evan moved into frame like a shadow barely attached to her heels, keeping just enough distance not to be obvious, just enough to stay in the blind spots between pools of light. "Watch this," the detective said, tapping the screen as the woman disappeared around a corner and Evan followed a moment later. Same pattern he used with you, same spacing, same timing. They froze the frame where his head turned toward the camera, just for a split second, as if he had sensed it watching, his face blurred by the distance and resolution, but the angle of it unmistakably his. We're looking into whether he made a habit of this. The detective said, "You weren't the first woman he followed home. You probably weren't the last." Hearing that should have made me feel less singled out. Instead, it made my stomach drop in a different way. I had spent so long thinking of him as my problem, my stalker, my shadow, that it hadn't fully sunk in how many other lives he might have brushed up against in those same streets. How many other people might have gone home feeling the ghost of footsteps behind them. The night my coworkers laughed and called him my shadow boyfriend. I laughed too, because that was easier than doing anything else. But somewhere underneath the noise of the bar and the jokes and the clinking glasses, my gut had already stopped laughing. 3.1. A dry run. There was one night that I think of now as the rehearsal. It was a Tuesday, the kind of dead night that feels like the week has stalled. The bar had been so empty it was almost worse than being busy. A couple of regulars came and went. A small group of college kids nursed 2 pitchers for 3 hours, and the TVs played a game no one cared about. By 10:30, You could hear the ice machine drop cubes into the bin from across the room. We closed early. My boss sent the cook home and disappeared into his office to do paperwork, which meant half-heartedly scrolling his phone while the computer ran reports. I did the routine wipe down the bar, toss the mats in the back, refill the fridges, count the drawer. It was one of those nights where every sound you made felt too loud in the empty space. The front lights were already dimmed when I grabbed my bag and keys. The neon beer signs glowed in the window like tired eyes. Outside, the street was strangely still. No rain, no wind, no groups of people passing by on their way to somewhere better. Just the flat quiet of a weeknight in a part of town that everyone forgot after dark. I pushed open the door, feeling the slight resistance of the heavy metal frame, and stepped out onto the sidewalk. He was standing there, about 10 feet away. Evan leaned against the brick wall just to the right of the bar's entrance, under a patch of shadow between two streetlights. He held a cigarette between his fingers, a thin line of ash clinging to the end. The tip glowed faintly orange. The smoke drifted up in a barely visible ribbon. He wasn't smoking it. The cigarette hung close to his side, the filter resting against the inside of his index finger, untouched. The ash was long enough that it should have broken off by now, but it hadn't. It looked like he had been holding it like that for a while, as if he had only lit it to justify standing there. "Hey," he said, like we had just bumped into each other by accident. My heart did a small, involuntary jump, but my body knew how to play this scene by now. I hitched my bag higher on my shoulder and forced a small smile. "Hey," I said. "We're closed." His eyes flicked to the dark window, then back to me. "Yeah, I saw you turning off the TVs," he said. I just figured I'd wait for what I asked, even though I already knew the shape of his answer. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, the ash on the cigarette trembling, but still somehow hanging on. "To walk you," he said. "Just once." He said it so smoothly, like it was the simplest, kindest thing in the world. Like he was offering to carry a heavy box or hold a door, not to insert himself into the 7 minutes I guarded most carefully. "No, that's okay," I said quickly. "It's not far." He tilted his head slightly. In the dim light, his eyes looked darker than usual, the circles under them more pronounced. "I know it's not far," he said. "You always say that, but it's late. I'm going that way anyway. Just one time." There was something odd about the way he said always, like he was replaying every conversation he'd ever heard me have with anyone about my walk home. I felt the inside of my mouth go dry. "I'm good," I said, aiming for firm, not rude, really. For a moment. He didn't move. The cigarette dangled between his fingers, the ash finally breaking and dropping to the ground with a soft crumble. Then he smiled, not the almost smile he usually gave, but a wider one that showed teeth. "Okay," he said. "Can't say I didn't offer." He pushed himself off the wall and fell into step a few paces behind me anyway. I turned left, the way I always did. I could feel him there, not close enough to be right beside me, but not far enough to be a stranger on the same block, just hovering in that middle distance where intention is hard to prove. I walked. He walked. The night was so quiet that the sounds of our steps bounced off the brick. My boots made a solid, steady thud on the concrete. His shoes were softer, a slightly higher pitch, padding in the same rhythm. I tried to listen for any other noise cars, voices, the whine of a siren, but there was nothing. It was just us and the streetlights humming overhead. At the first crosswalk, I stopped to press the button. Even though no cars were coming, my hand hovered on the metal casing a little longer than it needed to, behind me. His footsteps slowed and then halted. I pulled out my phone and pretended to check something on the screen. The blank reflection looked back at me, my face lit from below. Eyes too wide, lips pressed together in the faint glow of the screen. I saw his shadow stretch on the sidewalk beside mine. He didn't say anything, didn't ask again, just waited. The light changed. I walked. He followed. Halfway down the block, I suddenly remembered my shoelace. I stopped, bent down, and fussed with it even though it was double knotted. His footsteps stopped, too. They weren't right behind me. He had kept his distance just enough to pretend it was coincidence, but they were too close to belong to anyone else. No doors had opened. No cars had pulled up. There was only him. I stole a glance sideways under my arm as if I were checking for traffic. He stood there on the sidewalk, hands in his jacket pockets, watching me with an expression I couldn't read from that angle. I finished tying nothing and straightened up. "You really don't have to do this," I said over my shoulder. He shrugged. "Like I said," he replied, "just going this way anyway." He said it like my path home was a public road he had every right to walk. And technically, he did. That was what made everything so slippery. He wasn't grabbing me. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't even walking next to me. He was just there. By the time we reached my block, my brain was vibrating with two competing impulses: the urge to run and the urge to not show him I wanted to run. My building loomed up ahead, its familiar outline a dark shape against the lighter sky. The green awning was just a deeper shadow. The keypad light glowed a little island of neon green in the wall. I slowed down as we approached, my heart beating hard enough that I could hear my pulse in my ears. The right move here, I knew, was to let someone see him, to make him visible. But there was no one around, no neighbor walking their dog, no stranger on their balcony, just the empty street and the quiet brick. I stopped at the foot of the stairs and deliberately stepped back from the keypad, fumbling in my bag for my keys like I couldn't remember which pocket I'd put them in. The whole performance felt fake to me, but I hoped it looked natural from the outside. Behind me, on the other side of the street, he stopped too. He did not come closer. He did not cross over. He just stood there under a streetlight, hands still in his pockets, his face turned toward my building. The light flattened his features, made his eyes into dark hollows. I dragged out the search in my bag, fingers brushing over my keys 3 separate times before actually hooking them. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "What are you doing?" he called softly. The question snapped across the street like a tripwire. "Looking for my keys," I said, louder than I meant to. "My boyfriend's waiting upstairs. He's probably wondering where I am." The lie came out almost too easily. I latched onto it like it was a real shield. He cocked his head, even from across the road. I could tell he was smiling. "Yeah," he said. "Better not keep him waiting." Then, I turned my back on him and moved up the stairs, finally pressing the actual numbers on the keypad. The panel beeped with each digit. There was a brief pause, And then the familiar electric buzz as the lock disengaged, a low, angry hum that vibrated through the metal. The heavy door clicked, then clanged as it opened, the sound reverberating in the small entryway like a struck gong. It was a sound I heard every day. That night, it felt like a countdown. I stepped inside and let the door swing shut behind me. The metal kissed the frame with a hollow thunk. Then the deadbolt slid into place with a solid click. I stood in the little lobby for a second, listening. Outside, nothing. No footsteps rushing the stairs. No voice calling after me. No hand slamming into the glass. Inside, the faint buzz of the old fluorescent light above, the soft whir of the radiator. My own breathing, too loud. I started up the stairs, my hand tight on the rail. The building creaked around me in its familiar ways, wood and plaster shifting as the night cooled. Second floor door, third floor landing, my floor. I walked down the hallway, counting the doors like I always did. 1, 2, 3, 4 mine. I unlocked it, stepped inside, and closed it quickly, engaging both the regular lock and the chain, even though the chain was flimsy and probably more psychological than functional. Then I did something I hadn't done before. I stayed. Instead of dropping my bag and heading straight for the shower or the fridge, I turned off the main light, leaving the apartment in a dim glow from the kitchen, and went to the door. I pressed my eye to the peephole. The fisheye lens warped the hallway into a curved tunnel. I could see the door across from mine, the strip of carpet, the far end where the stairwell opened. Everything was bathed in a yellowish cast. I watched. At first, there was nothing, just empty hall. My breath fogged the inside of the peephole slightly, making the edges blur. I wiped it with the sleeve of my shirt and pressed in again, somewhere below. A door opened and closed, the sound muted by the floors. Pipes clanked, as if someone turned on a faucet. A TV murmured faintly through a wall. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. Not the hurried stomp of someone coming home drunk. Not the rushed patter of a neighbor late for a shift. The pace was unhurried, heavy enough for me to feel each step through the floorboards. They came up to my floor and stopped, the sound of weight shifting on the last step. Then one more step onto the landing. The hallway stayed empty in the fisheye circle. The footsteps came closer. I could hear the faint scuff of rubber on carpet. They stopped right in front of my door. For a second, there was nothing. No knock, no jiggling of the knob, just the presence of someone on the other side of 3/4 of an inch of wood. I held my breath, suddenly convinced he could hear it, that the sound of air moving in and out of my lungs would give me away. Seconds stretched. My eyes began to sting. Then, finally, the footsteps moved again. The weight shifted away. I heard the quiet thud of shoes carrying someone further down the hall, then fading down the stairs. I stayed at that peephole until my neck hurt, until I had convinced myself he was gone, that the hallway was as empty as it looked. Eventually, I let myself peel away and back into the apartment, locking the door one more time even though it was already locked. I did not sleep much that night. Every creak, every pipe groan, every distant door sounded like it was right outside mine. I kept replaying the sensation of those footsteps stopping on the other side of the wood, the invisible distance that separated us. The next morning, my neighbor across the hall, Mr. Lawson, a retired man who lived alone with a radio always tuned to oldies, caught me as I was locking up to leave for work. "Hey," he said, squinting at me over his glasses. "Everything okay with your fella last night, What I asked. "Your boyfriend," he said. "The guy in the brown jacket. Thought you two were having some kind of thing out here. He stood in front of your door a while." My stomach turned over. "He didn't knock or anything." "Mr. Lawson went on. "Just stood there. I almost opened my door to ask if he needed something, but he went back down the stairs. I felt the hallway tilt slightly under my feet." "That wasn't my boyfriend," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't have one." "Mr.?" Lawson frowned, looking over my shoulder at my door, as if expecting the man to still be standing there. "Well," he said slowly, "whoever he was, I didn't like the way he was looking at that door. Neither did I. Until then. I had been able to tell myself that maybe he was just walking the same route, just ending up on my street by coincidence, just going that way anyway. That night proved something else. He hadn't just walked me home. He had already been at my front door. And the only reason I knew was because I finally, briefly, let myself look. 3.2. The calm before the wrong shift the day before. Everything went sideways, started so normal that, in hindsight, it feels like a setup, like someone had smoothed all the edges down on purpose so the sharp part would cut deeper. I woke up late that morning, sunlight already pushing through the cheap blinds in pale, crooked stripes. The apartment was warm and stale, smelling faintly of last night's takeout and the lemon dish soap I always bought because it was the cheapest. The TV was still on from where I had fallen asleep, some sitcom rerun looping quietly, laugh track leaking into the empty room. I dragged myself off the couch, bones heavy from another late shift, and did the things people do when they are trying to feel like their life is functional. I made bad coffee in the dented machine on my counter, the kind that tastes like burned paper no matter how carefully you measure it. I stood by the window while it brewed, looking down at the street. A delivery truck idled at the curb. A woman walked a dog in a neon harness, the animal pausing to sniff every greasy spot of sidewalk like it was new. There was nothing strange down there. No brown jacket. No one leaning on a lamppost watching my building. Just a Tuesday morning in a city that had to go to work. I took a shower, the hot water beating some of the stiffness out of my muscles. Then threw on clean jeans and an oversized hoodie that did not smell like fryer oil yet. My laundry basket was overflowing, so I stuffed clothes into a duffel and hauled it down to the basement. The laundry room was a narrow space with 2 washers and 2 dryers, all of them older than me, their enamel chipped, little rust rings around the coin slots. Someone had left a candy wrapper on top of the machine. The air smelled like fabric softener sheets and damp concrete. The fluorescent light hummed overhead with that brain-piercing buzz that never went completely silent. I loaded my clothes, shoved quarters into the slots, pressed the buttons. The washer groaned to life, water clunking through the pipes. I leaned back against the far wall and scrolled my phone while the machine churned. My life, in those little pockets of time, felt so small and normal. Work, sleep, laundry, grocery lists and overdue texts. The kind of routine no one ever makes movies about after the first cycle finished. I hauled my damp clothes into a plastic basket and headed toward the front of the building, planning to cross the street to the Dollar Tree while the dryer ran. The lobby door squeaked the same way it always did as I pushed out onto the sidewalk. The air had that thin, early afternoon brightness to it. Not hot, not cold, just there. I walked the few blocks to the grocery store first, the automatic doors whooshing open in front of me, blasting me with refrigerated air and the smell of industrial produce mist. Inside. I did the same path I always did, discount bread aisle first, then eggs, then the cheapest coffee tucked on the bottom shelf, generic cereal in a bag instead of a box. A woman with a toddler blocked the pasta aisle for 5 minutes while the kids screamed about wanting dinosaur shapes. An old man drifted past the freezer section in a cart that squeaked with every turn. The overhead music played a song I vaguely remembered from high school, in between store announcements about loyalty cards. A kid in a faded store vest mopped up spilled milk near the dairy case, the mop squeaking against the tile. I bought what I could afford, stuffed the groceries into my reusable bag, and then crossed the parking lot to the Dollar Tree. Inside, the lighting was harsher, the aisles narrower, everything slightly more chaotic. Seasonal decorations crammed into bins, plastic toys hanging on pegs, cleaning supplies lined up in dusty rows. I grabbed cheap trash bags, dish soap, a pack of sponges, and a bag of off-brand candy I did not need, but wanted anyway. At the register, the cashier popped her gum, scanned my items, and asked if I wanted to donate $1 to some charity. I said no. Guilty in that automatic way of people who do not have much money. And she nodded like she'd heard that 1,000 times. Back home. I swapped my clothes to the dryer, the machine rattling like it was going to come apart at any moment. Then carried my groceries upstairs. The apartment felt slightly less sad with a stocked fridge, even if stocked meant eggs, bread, and condiments. Later that afternoon, I FaceTimed my sister. Her face filled the screen, framed by the warm lighting of her nicer apartment in another state. She sat at a kitchen table that did not wobble, a glass of wine in her hand even though it was barely past 3 where she was. "Hey, ghost," she said. "You alive?" "Barely," I said, propping my phone against the sugar canister and sinking into my chair. "I did laundry today. I deserve a medal. We talked about stupid things, her job, my schedule, our mother's latest passive-aggressive texts. She complained about a coworker. I told her about the old guy at the bar who still tried to pay in cash with $2 bills because he thought they were lucky. At some point. She got quiet and squinted at me through the screen. "You look tired," she said. "Like, more than usual." "I work nights," I said. "That's kind of the deal." She sighed. "Promise me you won't walk alone so late forever," she said. "Seriously. It freaks me out," I rolled my eyes, even though a small part of me liked hearing her say it. "What? You want to come be my bodyguard?" I asked. "I'm serious," she insisted. "You're always telling me about weirdos at the bar. It's just a matter of time before one of them." She trailed off, made a face, and waved her hand like she could swat the thought away. "Nothing's happened," I said quickly. "It's just vibes and drunk talk, and I stay aware. I'm fine." Even as I said it, I knew I was selling her the same line I kept feeding myself. Nothing really happened. Just a vibe. Just don't let it get normal, she said quietly. Promise. I hesitated, then nodded. "Okay," I said. "I promise." She did not know how close we were to that promise breaking. Neither did I. Before my shift that night, I had a stupid argument with my coworker about the schedule. We were both tired and broke and sick of each other's faces. He wanted to swap a weekend shift. I said I couldn't cover because I had promised to visit a friend. He accused me of never helping him out. I accused him of always asking last minute. It was petty, circular, and pointless. My boss stepped in, irritated, waving the clipboard like a weapon. "Figure it out on your own time," he snapped. "I'm not paying you to fight." So I went into work that night already in a bad mood, annoyed at my coworker, annoyed at my boss, annoyed at myself for caring so much about a schedule written in dry erase marker. The bar was busy enough to drown that out. There was a smaller game on, not as big as the one before, but enough to drag people out. Couples, groups of friends, a few regulars in their usual spots. The hum of conversation filled the air. Glasses clinked. Someone fed dollar bills into the jukebox to cue up songs that did not match the game at all. I noticed his absence before I realized I was looking for him, at some point in that first hour. I glanced automatically toward the third stool from the end. Empty. I scanned the tables near the wall, the corners, the two tops by the windows. No brown jacket. It took me a second to understand what felt off. The room looked the same, different faces, different jerseys, same noise, but one shape that had become a constant was missing. I told myself I was being ridiculous. One man not showing up in a bar is not an event. People have lives. They get sick. They go somewhere else. The entire country is not orbiting your 8-hour shift. Still, the space where he usually sat felt like a pulled tooth. My eyes kept returning to it, surprised at the vacancy. As the night wore on, a strange lightness crept in under my ribs. The kind of relief you feel when you realize something you were dreading isn't happening, at least not tonight. I moved faster. I joked with customers. I let myself actually laugh at a stupid meme my coworker showed me on his phone during a lull. The room felt less like a stage and more like a workplace again. When closing time came, I went through the routine as usual, stacking glasses, wiping down, counting tips. I checked the door cameras out of habit, saw nothing but the occasional drunk weaving past on the sidewalk. When I stepped out onto the street, the air was cool and dry. The city around me had that late-night hush again, but it felt less oppressive. I listened for footsteps out of instinct and heard only my own. No echo in sync with mine. No soft shadow walking a beat behind. I made the walk home, turning at the usual corners, scanning the usual doorways. Nobody lingered under the lights. No one paused at the mouth of the alley. A car rolled past, bass thumping faintly. A bike chained to a rack rattled in the breeze. At my building, I punched in my code, listened to the buzz, swung the door open, and stepped inside without hesitating. No thud behind me, no ripples in a puddle, no sense of eyes on my back. Upstairs, I microwaved something frozen and bland, ate it standing at the counter, and then flopped onto the couch. I flicked through Netflix until I found a show I'd watched before. Something dumb and low stakes, where the worst thing that happened was someone burning dinner. The blue light from the screen washed the room in soft, fake glow. My phone buzzed once on the coffee table. I ignored it, shifting to get more comfortable, my body sinking deeper into the old cushions. And for the first time in what felt like a long time, I fell asleep without rehearsing every noise in the hallway. That whole day exists in my memory like a bubble, ordinary, untouched. It is tempting, sometimes, to want to live in it forever. In that slice of time where the worst thing on my mind was a schedule argument and a promise I made to my sister I thought I had time to figure out. The bubble popped the next morning. I went downstairs to grab my laundry. It had sat in the dryer overnight because I had passed out, and to check my mailbox. The metal boxes were lined up along the lobby wall, some hanging slightly crooked. Flyers and junk mail poked out of a few. My slot had a couple of envelopes and a folded piece of bright paper shoved halfway in. I took everything out, balancing the stack on my hip as I carried it back upstairs. In the apartment, I dumped the pile on the table next to the dying plant and separated the bills from the obvious spam. The bright paper was one of those cheap, mass-printed flyers, the kind you usually see taped to telephone poles or pinned to bulletin boards at grocery stores. Missing, it said in bold black letters across the top. Female, age 24. Last seen leaving, bar name, 3 nights ago. The black and white photo below the text was grainy but clear enough that I recognized her. She had been in the bar, not a regular, not like the old guys or the die-hard sports fans, but I'd seen her a handful of times. Long hair, leather jacket, sharp laugh. She'd sat at the high tops near the front with friends, ordered mixed drinks with names I'd learned only because of her. Tipped decently. The flyer listed the clothes she'd been wearing the night she vanished. It mentioned the time she was last seen on camera leaving our door. It gave a tip line number and a case reference. In the corner, in smaller print, was the date she had gone missing. I felt my stomach twist as I did the math automatically. That date lined up with one of the nights Evan had left unusually early. A night I remembered noticing his stool empty long before closing and thinking, for just a second, that it was strange to see him go before last call. I had not wondered where he went. Not then. I stood in my kitchen, the hum of the fridge suddenly too loud, the flyer limp in my hand. The TV in the other room chattered about something meaningless. A car honked faintly outside. Maybe it was coincidence. I thought, people come and go. People disappear for all kinds of reasons. But somewhere under that, under all my attempts to rationalize, something colder whispered. He doesn't have to show up to be there. Later, when the detectives laid out timelines on a whiteboard and clipped printouts under different dates, they would draw a line between that missing person flyer and Evan's movements. They would pull footage from the night she vanished and show me what I had failed to see. That he hadn't just disappeared early. He had followed her, the same way he would later follow me. So 3. One more Friday. The Friday it finally stopped being just a vibe started like 100 other Fridays loud, messy, and overbooked before the doors even opened. We had a fight card on all the TVS that night, some big UFC thing that people had been talking about all week. By 8 p.m., the bar was already full of guys in too tight shirts and women squeezed into outfits that did not deserve to meet spilled beer. The smell of hot wings and spilled ranch hit you the second you stepped inside, layered over the usual base coat of grease, bleach, and old liquor. The noise was its own kind of weather system. Every time there was a knockdown on screen, the whole room erupted, voices roaring, bar stools scraping, fists slamming on tabletops, glasses clinked, plates rattled. Silverware jumped and clattered to the floor. The ceiling fans whirred overhead, their chains tapping against the glass fixtures in a steady, metallic rhythm. Somewhere near the kitchen, the ice machine coughed and dropped a load of ice into the bin with a crash, like someone had thrown a bucket of rocks. The bar top was a minefield of pint glasses, shot glasses, and sweating plastic pitchers. My hands were constantly wet, beer sloshing over my knuckles, condensation sticking to my palms, sanitizer seeping into the tiny cuts on my fingers and making them sting. The POS screens glowed in front of me, tickets stacking up so fast it felt like they were breeding. It was the kind of night where you do not have time to think, which, for a few hours at least, was exactly what I wanted. I had folded the missing girl's flyer and tucked it into the back of a drawer in my apartment that morning, trying not to look too hard at her smiling face. I told myself there was no point staring at it. I could not do anything. I did not know anything. It was out of my hands, but my hands still shook when I counted my cash drawer before the shift. My gut still clenched every time the front door swung open. When he walked in that night, it was like the volume in the room dropped just for a second. It was around 10 to 30. The main card was about to start, so the bar was packed shoulder to shoulder. People were yelling, leaning over each other, shoving dollar bills at me for drinks. I was pouring 2 beers at once, necks of the bottles knocking together. The front door opened, the bell chimed, and he stepped in. Evan didn't pause to look around this time. He moved through the crowd with a kind of practiced sidestep, slipping between groups easily, not touching anyone. The brown jacket was zipped halfway up over a dark t-shirt, his hands bare despite the cold air outside. He went straight to his usual stool, third from the end, the one that had started to feel less like a seat and more like a mark. I saw him out of the corner of my eye as I set down drinks, the familiar outline slotting back into place in my mental map of the room. For a moment, I pretended I hadn't. I finished my tickets, wiped my hands on a bar towel, forced my face into something neutral, and finally walked down to where he was sitting. "Hey," I said, loud enough to cut through the ambient noise. "What are you drinking tonight?" He didn't look away from me long enough to glance at the taps. "Whiskey," he said. "Neat. No, how are you?" No small talk, just the word. It was a change. Evan usually started with beer and only switched to whiskey later. Something about skipping straight to the hard stuff made my stomach tighten. I poured the whiskey, amber sliding into the glass under the bar lights, and set it in front of him. He wrapped his fingers around it immediately, the tips pressing into the sheen of condensation on the outside. But he didn't drink right away. He just sat there, holding it, and watched me. The rest of the bar was a riot. People were craning their necks to see the TVS, shouting predictions, slapping each other's backs. A server nearly dropped a tray when someone jumped up behind her. In the midst of that chaos, his focus felt like pressure. I moved down the line, filling other orders, but every time I glanced back, his eyes were there, tracking me. Not in a casual, glancing way, not in the darting, distracted look of someone watching the room. His gaze followed me like a camera locked on a subject, panning smoothly wherever I went. When our eyes met, he did look away, but too slowly. Not the quick, embarrassed flicker of someone caught staring, but a delayed turn of the head. Like he wanted me to know he had been watching and chose to stop, rather than being forced. He knocked back the first whiskey faster than I had ever seen him drink anything. "Another?" I asked, seeing the empty glass on my next pass. He slid it toward me with 2 fingers. "Yeah," he said. The second one went down almost as fast. I could see a faint flush creeping up his neck, but his eyes stayed steady, too sharp for the amount of alcohol that should have been in his system. Whatever he had in him that night wasn't the soft, sleepy kind of drunk. By the time he ordered the third, A fight on the TVSL had reached full swing. The entire bar roared as one fighter pinned the other against the cage. Someone to my left screamed into the face of his friend, like he was the one in the ring. I poured the whiskey and set it down. That was when he leaned in closer, close enough that I could smell the liquor on his breath. The bar noise faded to a dull roar in my ears, like being underwater. "Do you want to hang out?" after he asked. He said it in the same tone he might have used to ask for another drink. No build-up, no pretense. Just a blunt request dropped into the space between us. It was stupid how shocked I felt. After everything, after months of questions, after following me down my street, after standing at my door, I should have expected it. But we had been dancing around that line for so long that I almost believed he'd never try to step over it. For the first time since I met him, I didn't soften my answer. "No," I said. No smile, no laugh, no half apology, just the word, flat. His face did something I still see when I close my eyes. The little habitual, almost smile he wore, that default setting of his mouth, disappeared. It didn't fall away all at once. It drained. Slowly, like someone letting the air out of a balloon. The muscles around his eyes tightened by a fraction. His jaw clenched, a small pulse jumping where the bone met his neck. The noise from the fight swelled behind us as someone got knocked to the mat. People stood on their stools, hollering. A glass shattered somewhere near the back. Silverware clanged on tile as a server nearly dropped a tray. None of it seemed to touch him. "Okay," he said eventually. The word was clipped, almost polite, but something sour curled under it. "That's clear. I don't hang out with customers," I added, because my brain felt like it needed to put a reason out there, a rule. He held my gaze a little too long. "Boundaries," he said. "Yeah, I get it." He said he got it, but his eyes had gone completely cold. Not angry, not hurt, not just empty in a way that made my skin prickle. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a wad of cash, and tossed it onto the bar. Bills slid across the damp wood, some sticking to droplets of beer. He didn't even glance at the total on his tab. "Keep the change," he said. But there was no tip. When I glanced down at the register screen, the amount he threw was almost exactly the total, a few cents over, at most. Then he pushed his stool back harder than he needed to. The metal legs scraped against the floor with a screech loud enough to cut through the fight commentary. A couple of people looked over, more at the sound than at him, then turned back to the TV. He stepped away from the bar without another word and disappeared into the crowd. Threading his way toward the door, I watched his head pass under the glow of one TV, then another. The brown of his jacket slipped between clusters of people, then vanished completely when the door swung open and shut behind him. I felt something in my chest go tight and hot. It wasn't just the rejection or the awkwardness. It was the way his face had changed, as if a mask had slipped, just for a heartbeat, and I had seen what was underneath. "You okay?" my coworker shouted over the din, noticing the way I was staring at the door. "Yeah," I lied, ripping my eyes away. "We're in the weeds," and we were. Tickets kept printing. People kept yelling for refills. A woman waved an empty basket at me like I was obligated to conjure wings out of thin air. I shoved my unease down under muscle memory and let the work carry me. Still, that bad feeling clung to me like cigarette smoke. Every time the front door chimed, I flinched half expecting to see him back again, more drunk, more insistent. He didn't return. The fight card rolled on. Chins got split on screen. Blood dripped on canvas. Men in the bar shouted like it mattered. By the time last call came and went, my nerves were frayed. We kicked out the stragglers, wiped up spills, collected tips. The bar shrank from chaos back down to a room again. The ceiling fans kept spinning lazily as we turned off the TVs. The ice machine thunked one last time, somewhere in the back. The dishwasher hissed and groaned, water spraying behind stainless steel. Closing on a fight night always felt like cleaning up after a storm. Broken pretzel pieces in the corners, abandoned napkins stuck to the floor, smears of hot sauce on the bar top. I moved through it on autopilot, trying not to think about brown jackets and cold eyes and missing women. We had a small monitor under the bar that cycled through the exterior cameras, a boxy little screen running a loop of low-res black and white views. Side alley, back door, front entrance, street. I liked glancing up at it when I was alone up front. It made me feel like the building itself was keeping watch. As I was stacking the last of the clean glasses, the monitor flicked over to the front door view. For a split second, I saw him. The image was grainy, washed out by the glow of the streetlight, but there was no mistaking the outline. Brown jacket, shoulders slightly hunched, head tilted toward the door. He was walking past the bar slowly, close enough that his shoulder would have been only inches from the glass. As he moved through the frame, his head turned not toward the street, but toward the window. Like he was listening, like he wanted to hear what the inside of the bar sounded like without him in it. My heart lurched. I straightened up, bar towel clenched in my hand. In the next second, the monitor cycled to the alley view. By the time it came back to the front, the sidewalk looked empty. I told myself I had just caught him walking by on his way home, that it was coincidence, that him turning his head toward the bar where he always sat was natural. The fact that it had happened in the last few minutes before I locked the front door felt like something more. But I was tired and didn't trust my own instincts anymore. I shut off the monitor, killed the remaining lights, locked the doors. Later, after everything exploded and the police dug into every inch of that night, they pulled the full footage from that front camera. Not the flickering cycle I saw, but the continuous stream. They sat me down in that same interview room, the air conditioning humming too loud, and hit play. At first, the footage matched what I remembered. Evan leaving the bar at 10-something, disappearing down the block, the blur of people coming and going, the fight on the TVs flickering faintly on the glass. Then, around closing time, he reappeared. He didn't just pass by once. He came into frame, stopped near the door, looked toward it for a long moment. His face turned just enough that, even in the grain, you could see the intent. Then he stepped out of view. 30 seconds later, he paced back the other way, slower, closer. At one point, he leaned in so near to the glass that his breath must have fogged it. He did this over and over, 20 minutes of it, looping like a pattern, in, out, near, far. Circling the doorway, the way a shark circles something floating just above the waterline. The few seconds I had seen his jacket sweeping across the monitor, his head tilted as if listening were only a slice of that. A single frame in a larger picture I had never wanted to look at. That Friday, the detective said quietly, pausing the tape on an image of him standing perfectly still outside my bar, was not the worst night. He pointed at the screen. It was just the last one where there was still any chance to stop him. 4.1. Leaving the bar. The night it finally happened did not feel like a special night when it started. It was just another close to just another shift. The kind of night I had done so many times that my body moved on autopilot while my brain floated somewhere a few seconds behind. We hit last call a little before midnight. The final handful of customers shuffled their way through their last beers and half-hearted conversations, their voices lower now that the adrenaline of the fights had worn off. The TVS were still playing post-fight commentary, two men in suits dissecting punches in slow motion, while a scrolling ticker ran useless stats along the bottom, but the sound was turned down to a murmur. Chris, my coworker, flipped bar stools upside down onto tables with the practiced thud of someone who had done it thousands of times. Each stool leg hit wood with a rhythmic, 4-beat clunk that matched the tempo of my own tired heartbeat. "Yo," he said, as I was wiping down the last stretch of bar. "I'm headed your way tonight if you want a ride." He said it casually, leaning on the mop handle, his hair damp with sweat. Outside, I could see our reflections in the darkened window, slightly warped by the glass me at the bar, him in the middle of the room. The neon signs behind us turned off but still faintly visible. It was a reasonable offer. Smart, even. A normal person would have said yes. "I'm good," I said, because routine was a stronger habit than caution. "I'll walk. It's not far." Chris rolled his eyes. "You and your 7 minutes," he muttered. "One day you're gonna regret being stubborn." "Probably," I joked, tossing the bar towel into the dirty bin. "But not tonight. Go home." He shrugged, grabbed his backpack from the hook in the back, and left through the side door, his footsteps receding down the alley. A few seconds later, I heard his car start, the engine revving once before settling into a steady idle, then fading as he pulled away. Then it was just me and the bar. I did the final sweep, checked that the taps were off, the cash drawer counted and locked, the dishwasher cycling through its last load. The TVS went black one by one, the room dimming with each click of the remote until only the bar backlights remained, turning the bottles into rows of glowing glass silhouettes. The soundscape shrank with the light. No more crowd noise, no more commentary, just the deep, steady hum of the refrigerators along the back wall and the occasional wet cough of the ice machine dropping cubes into its bin, somewhere in the ceiling. The old HVAC system rattled to life, then sighed back into a low, constant buzz. I killed the last of the lights behind the bar, grabbed my bag and hoodie, and stood for a second in the half-dark, letting my eyes adjust. The bar looked smaller without people in it, the tables like islands in an empty room. I went to the front door, turned the deadbolt, and felt the familiar grind of metal into metal. The neon open sign had been switched off already. Now it was just a dull rectangle in the window. I cracked the door open and stepped out into the night. The air outside felt wrong enough to make me pause on the threshold, though I couldn't have said exactly why. It was damp, heavy in a way that clung to my skin immediately. But there was no rain, just moisture hanging in the air, turning the streetlights into halos. A thin fog had rolled in sometime between the first fight and last call. It wasn't cinematic, no thick rolling clouds of mist, just a low, soft haze that sat close to the ground. It blurred the edges of the world. The parked cars along the curb looked smudged, their outlines fuzzed. The far end of the block faded into a muted orange glow instead of a sharp line. The streetlights cast wide, dull circles on the sidewalk, each one a pale puddle of light surrounded by shadows. In those circles, you could see every crack in the concrete, every dark gum stain, every cigarette butt someone hadn't bothered to step on properly. Between them, the gaps seemed deeper than they usually did. I pulled the door closed behind me and listened for that solid, comforting chunk of it latching. It sounded the same as always. My hand lingered on the handle for a second longer than usual anyway. I did what I had trained myself to do. I checked. I looked left, down the block toward the corner where the laundromat's faded sign loomed. Empty. The laundromat was dark, its windows black mirrors reflecting the street. I looked right, toward the intersection where the payday loan place's neon slogans blinked uselessly at empty sidewalks. No one stood at the bus stop. No cars idled at the curb. The light at the end of the street cycled from red to green with no one to obey it. No brown jacket under a streetlight. No silhouette leaning against a pole. Nothing but fog and concrete and the faint shimmer of distant headlights. For a moment, genuine relief loosened something in my chest. Maybe he'd gone somewhere else. Maybe the weird tension from Friday had been the end of it. Him deciding I wasn't worth the effort. Predators get bored. Right. They move on. I adjusted the strap of my bag on my shoulder, shoved my hands into my hoodie pocket, and started walking. The sound of my footsteps felt unnaturally loud in the quiet. The soles of my shoes made a soft, damp chef with each step, friction against the slightly wet concrete. In the distance, I could hear the faint rush of cars from a bigger street, their tires sending up a constant hiss as they cut through patches of residual moisture. Somewhere above me, a loose piece of metal on a street sign rattled when a weak breeze brushed against it. A door down the block closed with a hollow slam. A dog barked once and was immediately shushed. The fog muffled everything just enough that sounds seemed closer than they actually were. The empty space pressed in on either side. It's only 7 minutes, I told myself. 2 turns. Same as always. 7 minutes is nothing. You spend longer waiting for coffee. You scroll 7 minutes away without noticing. It is a sliver of time, barely wide enough to hold a memory. Except now. I remember every second of that particular 7 minutes with ugly clarity. I reached the first corner, glanced both ways, old habit. Even when there were no cars, and turned left. The laundromat loomed on my right. Its windows ghosted over with residue from years of humidity. Machines inside dark and still. The flick of my shadow moved from one rectangle of light to the next as I passed under each street lamp. After that turn, the city always felt quieter. The main drag with the bars and late-night restaurants fell behind me. In front of me, residential buildings. Dark storefronts closed for the night. A line of trees whose branches arched over the street like ribs. I listened for footsteps that weren't mine. The sound of another pair of shoes hitting pavement just a fraction out of sync with my own. Nothing. I tilted my head slightly, giving my better ear to the empty street. The fog seemed to drink in every little noise and hold it close, refusing to echo it back. I walked, counting the light pools 1, 2, 3. Passing under each felt like stepping from one room into another. The world briefly sharper before it blurred again. At the next block, I crossed the street. The traffic light ahead changed from green to yellow to red, casting a brief smear of color across the damp asphalt. No cars waited at the intersection. A lone plastic bag skittered across the road, catching on a curb. I had made it a block before anything felt wrong. Hey, my name came next. It cut through the fog like a clean slice, too close and too clear. I stopped mid-step, my foot hovering above the crack in the sidewalk before planting itself down hard. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up so fast it hurt. There is a particular way your name sounds when someone uses it who should not know it, or who should not be there. It's not about volume or tone. It's about the shape of the surprise inside your own chest when you hear it. I turned slowly, my breath already shorter than it should have been for such a short walk. He was standing under a streetlight half a block behind me. The fog around him glowed faintly, giving him an almost cut-out look, like someone had pasted his figure onto the scene. The brown jacket was zipped up to his throat. His hands were in his pockets. His posture was casual in a way that felt performed. "Hey," Evan said again, like we had just met in line at a coffee shop instead of on a deserted street close to midnight. The strange thing was not that he was there. The strange thing was how he had gotten there without me hearing him. The distance between the bar and where we stood wasn't that long. The street was too empty. The night too quiet. For another set of footsteps to have come up behind me without echoing. I replayed the last 30 seconds in my head, trying to plug the sound of his approach into the blank spaces, and came up with nothing. He could have already been there when I left the bar. I realized, standing just outside the patch of light, waiting for me to walk far enough away that he could fall in behind and pretend it was a coincidence. The thought made my stomach twist. "What are you doing out here?" I asked, my voice coming out thinner than I wanted. "We're closed." He smiled, and it was that same not smile again, pulled tight at the corners, but never reaching his eyes. "Just headed home," he said. "Saw you locking up. Thought I'd say hi." The fog blurred the edges of his face, but the eyes were clear, fixed on me like we were the only two people left in the city. He had not made a sound walking up behind me, or if he had, the night had swallowed it. It was only later, watching grainy black and white footage of him standing in the shadows near the bar door long before closing time, that I really understood. He hadn't walked up to me at all. He had been waiting. 4.2. The game and the code. The worst part was how normal his voice sounded at first. "Headed home?" he asked, like we were just two coworkers leaving the same office. We stood there in that strip of foggy light, half a block of wet sidewalk between us. His face was washed in the yellow from the street lamp, every angle flattened, every shadow stretched. The brown jacket looked darker here, almost black. His hands were still in his pockets, elbows slightly out, like there was something solid he was gripping inside. "Yeah," I said. "Long day." I started walking again without waiting for his reply, turning my back on him and facing the next pool of light. My instinct screamed at me not to show how badly I wanted to get away, but my legs did not seem interested in subtlety. My pace picked up, just a little. Behind me, his footsteps started. They were soft, but distinct. A dry scrape tap on the damp pavement. Not stomping, not jogging, just walking. Somehow, even with the distance, they fell into a clear rhythm. A half beat behind mine. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, I told myself, again, that sidewalks were public. Anyone could walk them. Him being behind me was not, by itself, a crime. That was the logic portion of my brain talking. The animal part did not care about logic. It only counted the echoes. So, he called, closing the distance a little. You never answered my question the other night. My shoulders tightened under my hoodie. What question, I asked, without turning. About hanging out, he said. Outside of work. He said outside of work like work was just some boring formality that got in the way of what he really wanted. I shook my head, still moving. I already told you no, I said. I don't mix customers and my personal life. It's a rule. He snorted softly, just loud enough for me to hear. Yeah, he said. Boundaries. I remember. There was something about the way he said, remember, that made my skin crawl. Like he collected my boundaries the way other people collect receipts. We kept walking. The fog thinned for a moment as we passed a bakery that always smelled faintly of sugar even when it was closed, then thickened again after the next intersection, swallowing the glow of a convenience store sign up ahead. His footsteps stayed right behind mine. That same metronome rhythm. I tested it. I sped up a little, my shoes making faster contact with the pavement. His footsteps quickened to match. I slowed down, pretending to fuss with the strap of my bag, letting my steps stretch further apart. His slowed, too. It didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like a game he was playing, and I was the marker he was keeping in sight. I finally turned my head enough to see him in my peripheral vision. He had closed the distance to maybe 15 feet now, close enough that I could see more of his face under the next lamp. His mouth was pulled into something you could technically call a smile, but it stopped abruptly at his cheeks. His eyes stayed dead flat in the yellow light. His pupils looked too big, swallowing most of the color. They had that blown-out look you see on people mid-panic or mid-high, fight or flight, but on the wrong person. You still don't use Instagram? He asked suddenly. The question hit me like a slap. We had had this conversation before, weeks ago, inside the bar, back then. I'd managed to brush it off, here, on an empty street with fog licking at our ankles. It felt different, closer. I don't really, I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. I'm not into socials like that. He laughed once, under his breath. It wasn't a happy sound, more like a sharp exhale pushed through his nose. That's weird, he said, because I've seen you on Instagram a lot. I stopped walking without meaning to. We stood under another street lamp now, a circle of light barely wide enough to hold both of us if he stepped closer. He didn't. He stayed just at the edge of it, 1 foot in shadow, 1 in glow. What are you talking about? I asked. He tilted his head, studying my face. The air between us felt suddenly crowded despite the space. Your friend posts you all the time behind the bar, he said. Green hoodie, hair up, that stupid caption with the beer emoji. His voice mimicked the cadence of my coworkers' posts. Another night in paradise, he added. Almost perfectly, my mouth went dry. That caption had been under a single photo months ago. I hadn't thought about it since the day she'd posted it. You lied, he said. And now the smile was completely gone. You do use Instagram, or at least you let everyone else post you. Not very private of you. Please leave me alone, I said. The words came out before I could package them in anything softer. No smile, no laugh. Just the plea. Raw. He blinked slowly, as if he hadn't expected me to say it that way. Then that too wide pupil narrowed slightly. His jaw ticked again. That small flex I'd noticed at the bar. I'm not doing anything, he said. Voice low. We're just walking. One of his hands shifted in his jacket pocket. The fabric pulled tight across his knuckles for a second. It was the first time I realized, consciously, that his hands hadn't left those pockets once since I'd seen him under the streetlight. Not to wave, not to adjust his jacket. Nothing. It registered then in a sick, delayed way he could be holding anything in there. A knife, zip ties, keys, something heavy enough to hurt. The fog thickened again as a car passed at the far end of the block, its headlights briefly cutting twin lanes of brightness through the haze. For a second, both of us were silhouettes. Then the car turned and was gone, and the yellow streetlight glow returned, heavy and flat. I did the only thing I could think to do. I pulled my phone from my pocket, unlocked it with trembling fingers, and pressed it to my ear. Hey, I said, loudly enough to carry. Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm already on the block. I see your truck. There was no one on the other end. The screen was on the home page, reflecting my own pale face back at me. But I spoke with the cadence of a real conversation, pausing like I was listening, throwing in little half-laughs. I know, I said. You don't have to come down. I can see you from here. The lie felt heavy in my mouth, but it was something. A flare fired into the dark, out of the corner of my eye. I saw Evan's expression shift. Not much, just a subtle tightening around his eyes, a twitch at the edge of his mouth. His footsteps didn't stop, though. He kept pace with me, his shoes making that same friction sound on the pavement. Shf, shf, shf. Perfectly in time with my steps, a metronome locked to my fear. You don't have to do that, he said quietly. Do what I asked. Still into the dead phone. Pretend, he said. You don't have to lie to me. I know you better than that. The way he said no made my stomach twist. We were 2 blocks from my place now. The buildings on either side of the street were familiar, but in the fog they looked strange, like stage flats pushed too close together. I could make out the shadow of my building's awning ahead, the faint, comforting rectangle of my lobby window's glow. I didn't go straight to the door. Instead, at the intersection before my building, I cut across the street, the soles of my shoes slapping a little harder now. My breath puffed in front of me in quick little clouds. If this was all some weird coincidence, I told myself, if he really was just going the same way anyway, he'd keep walking his original path. He'd pass the front of my building while I stayed on the opposite side. He'd turn off somewhere else. He'd prove me wrong. I reached the far curb and stopped under a tree whose branches clawed at the air. The shadow it cast broke up the streetlight, striping the sidewalk. I turned to face him fully for the first time since we left the bar. He had stopped, too. Right where I'd turned. He hadn't followed me across. He stood on the sidewalk in front of my building now, directly opposite me, half lit by the lamp, half swallowed by fog. The green awning loomed behind him. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just watched. "This is my stop," I said, phone still pressed to my ear. "My boyfriend's waiting upstairs. He doesn't like it when guys follow me." I let that hang there, a warning disguised as small talk. For a moment, I thought he hadn't heard me. His expression didn't change. Then, slowly, his head tilted. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. The fog carried it across the street anyway, thin and clear. "No," he said. "He doesn't." Something in my brain snagged on the way he emphasized that last word. "He doesn't live with you," he added, even softer. "You live alone." The night seemed to tilt, just a little. He didn't say it loudly. He didn't shout it as an accusation. It was almost gentle, the way you'd correct someone about their favorite color. But the implication hit like impact. He knew. He knew because he had been watching long enough to be sure. Watching my lights go on and off. Watching me come and go without anyone else. Watching my windows. My fake phone call suddenly felt paper thin between us. I pulled the phone away from my ear and pretended to end the call anyway, pressing a random spot on the screen. "I'm going inside now," I said, more to myself than to him. I turned away from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips, and walked down the sidewalk to the building's door. The keypad's green glow seemed much dimmer tonight. I could feel his eyes between my shoulder blades. I tried to block the pad with my body as best I could, angling myself so the numbers were shielded. My fingers felt thick and clumsy. I punched them in out of habit. Beep, 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 beep. The buzzing lock sounded too loud. The metal door gave its usual protesting groan as I pulled it open. I did not look back at him. I stepped inside, let the door swing closed, and listened for the click of the latch as if my life depended on it. Through the narrow pane of glass next to the door, distorted by fog and reflection, I could see him still standing there under the tree, framed by the streetlight, a dark shape against the pale smear of the sidewalk. His head tilted just enough that I knew he was watching the door close. Then the glass became a mirror, and all I could see was myself. 4.3, the door, the blood, the first attempt to kill me. The rest of that night lives in my head in 2 speeds at once. There is the way it actually happened fast, messy, full of overlapping sounds and colors. And then there is the way my brain replays it like a frame-by-frame breakdown. Each second stretched until I can see every single thing amiss, while I was just trying not to die. It started with the keypad. Inside the lobby, the air was stale and warm compared to the damp street. The fluorescent light overhead flickered once, then held. The glass in the door behind me showed a warped reflection of the sidewalk and the brown jacket standing under the tree. I turned my back to it and focused on the keypad. My fingers shook so hard I was afraid I would hit the wrong numbers. The green glow of the buttons blurred for a second, then snapped back into focus. I punched the code in from muscle memory. Beep, 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 beep. A tiny pause, then the lock slow. Angry buzz. I hooked my hand around the metal handle and pulled. The door resisted like it always did, the seal catching for a heartbeat before giving with a sudden jerk. That was when I heard it. Not footsteps. Not the slow, syncopated shif he'd been making on the sidewalk. This was running. A heavy, full-body scramble shoes slamming into concrete. Weight thrown forward. The ragged, louder breath of someone who had stopped pretending they were just going the same way. The sound came from directly behind me, gaining fast. For a split second, everything stretched. I actually saw. In the glass beside the door, the reflection of his shape launching off the curb. Jacket flaring out, his head down. One shoulder turned as if he was bracing to slam through the narrowing gap. Time snapped back. I yanked myself through the doorway, half falling into the lobby. The door swung inward on its hydraulic arm, slower than I needed it to. The buzz of the lock was still going, a strained electric whine. The gap between the door and the frame felt impossibly wide. My shoulder hit the inner wall. My bag swung and smacked against my hip. I grabbed the inside handle with both hands and pulled the door toward me, using my whole weight. For a second, I could feel the air move as his body barreled toward the other side. There was a crack, a meaty smack of something solid hitting glass and metal at full speed. The door shuddered in the frame. The buzzer cut off with a startled click. The heavy metal edge slammed into the jamb with a sound like a gunshot. Bang! The whole building seemed to vibrate. Somewhere upstairs, a dog started barking. A picture frame rattled on a wall. I stood there, braced against the door, waiting for it to be ripped back open. Instead, there was a single, muffled curse, low, sharp, and then the thud of something slapping against the glass. For a moment, a dark shape smeared across the pane, like someone had dragged wet paint over it. Then silence. I couldn't tell if the lock had actually engaged, or if the momentum of the impact had just wedged it tighter. I wasn't going to test it. I let go of the handle and ran. The stairwell was a vertical tunnel of sound. My shoes hit the first step hard, metal vibrating under the impact. I grabbed the rail and hauled myself up, breathing too loud in the echoing shaft. Every inhale scraped my throat. Every exhale came out ragged. The staircase was narrow, boxed in by cracked plaster walls. Each step I took sent a shudder through the handrail, the metal ringing faintly like a cheap bell. My keys, still in my fist, dug into my palm. Behind me, a half second later, something else hit the front door, harder. The bang of it rolled up the stairwell like thunder, bouncing off the walls, amplified by the hollow space. It sounded like the whole building had been kicked. I heard the front door frame protest with a low groan, wood and metal shifting against each other. Then the sound of hands, or maybe a shoulder, or his entire weight slamming into it again. Once, twice. I took the stairs 2 at a time. My breaths bounced back at me, doubling in my ears. The stair treads weren't as solid as they looked. They rattled under me, the bolts holding them in the wall creaking. The smell of dust and old paint filled my nose. Second floor landing. Someone's TV blasted late-night news behind a door. I didn't stop. I didn't even look. The next flight yawned above me like a throat. Behind me, the assault on the front door continued. Another slam, louder this time, followed by the sharp, brittle crack of something giving. I imagined the wood splintering around the lock, the screws tearing out of the jamb. Above the noise, I heard a neighbor's muffled voice. What the hell was that? A door opened somewhere, then shut again quickly, like whoever it was had decided they did not want to be involved. Third floor, my floor. My legs felt like lead, my knees burning, but I forced them down the hallway. The thin carpet swallowed some of the sound of my footsteps. but not enough. Everything still rang from the earlier impact. My keys, slick now with sweat, jingled in my shaking hand. My door was at the end of the hall. The deadbolt lock, chain latch, and cheap peephole were suddenly the most important objects in the world. I fumbled with the keys in front of the door, fingers numb. They slipped once, clinking against each other, metal on metal too loud in the silence of the hallway. "Come on," I whispered to myself, throat tight. Behind me, far below, I heard the front door scream, not literally, but the sound it made as it finally surrendered, wood splitting, metal twisting. The lock ripping free was so awful it might as well have been a voice. Bang! The kind of impact that rattled the art off walls, that made dust leap from the ceiling. I heard someone yell my neighbor. I would realize later. Did a car hit the building in a panicked, muffled shout? Then came the footsteps. These were not the measured, echoing steps of someone coming home late. These were pounding, heavy, full of intent. Each one hit the stairs like a hammer. Up, up, up. He wasn't creeping anymore. He wasn't playing. He was coming. I finally managed to get the right key into the lock. My hand shook so hard I almost missed, the tip of the key scraping the plate before finding the keyway. I twisted. The deadbolt thunked back inside the door with a dull, slow slide that felt like it took hours. I shoved the door open, stumbled inside, and slammed it shut behind me, almost catching my own fingers in the frame. The second the latch clicked, his body hit the other side. The impact rocked the door in its frame, the wood bowing inward. I felt the vibration travel through the metal strip and into my hands, jarring my arms. A crack shot through the paint near the top hinge, a jagged new line on an already tired door. Something in the wood made a sharp, splintering sound. Not completely broken, but not untouched either. My heart felt like it was trying to claw its way up my throat. I stumbled back, almost tripping over the small entry rug, and grabbed my phone with both hands. 911. My fingers mishit the first time. I wiped my palm on my jeans, tried again, and pressed the call icon. Another slam rattled the door. The peephole darkened for a second as his bulk filled the space on the other side. The call connected. The dispatcher's voice came tinny and calm through the speaker, in horrifying contrast to the chaos in my own chest. 911, what's your emergency? He's trying to break in. I gasped. Someone is trying to break into my apartment. He followed me home. He bang! The door jumped again. The chain latch above the deadbolt clinking, metal scraping. I could actually see the wood flecks around the strike plate. Ma'am, I need you to take a breath, the dispatcher said. Are you in a safe place inside the apartment? Is the door locked? Yes. But he's slamming into it. Another impact cut me off, reverberating through the hallway behind the door. Somewhere above us, a light fixture rattled. Then, suddenly, the banging stopped. The sudden silence was worse. Ma'am, the dispatcher said, stay with me. Officers are already on their way. Do not open the door. I inched toward the door, phone still pressed to my ear, my whole body shaking so hard I could hear my teeth click. Something moved on the other side of the peephole. At first it was just a shadow, a darker circle in the warped glass. Then it got bigger, closer. For a moment, all I could see was distortion colors and shapes smeared into an unrecognizable blob. And then it resolved. His face, inches away from mine, separated only by that tiny glass lens and a thin layer of wood. The peephole warped his features into something grotesque. His eye looked huge, stretched sideways. The pupil, an oversized black disc ringed with a distorted iris. The curve of his cheek ballooned strangely. His nose pressed so close that it seemed to swallow half the view. Blood ran down his forehead. It must have been from when he'd hit the front door. A gash along his hairline leaked a slow, steady line of red that ran down to his eyebrow, then along the side of his nose and onto his upper lip. Under the yellowish hallway light, it looked almost black, thick and shiny. As I watched, frozen, a drop swelled at the corner of his mouth, then fell. The peephole's fisheye lens made it look huge, like a bead of ink dropping off the page. His lips moved for a second. I couldn't hear anything but my own pulse. Then his voice slipped through the wood, muffled but unmistakable. "Open it," he whispered. "It's easier if you open it." The words slithered into my living room like smoke. On the phone, the dispatcher's voice was steady, cutting through his like a metronome. "Officers are on their way," she said. "Do not open the door." He tilted his head, as if he'd heard her through the wood. 2. The enlarged eye blinked once. The eyelid dragged over the distorted globe too slow. His mouth curved in something like a half smile, blood streaking his teeth. "Open it," he repeated, a fraction louder. "I just want to talk to you. I told you I'd walk you home." His breath fogged the inside of the peephole, spreading a faint cloud over the warped circle before fading. Another drop of blood slid down, disappearing out of view. Then, from the hallway, another sound cut in. "What the hell are you doing?" My neighbor's voice. "Mr. Lawson," from across the hall. His door had opened. I could see the edge of it in the peephole, a slice of worn wood and the corner of his flannel robe. The eye in the peephole jerked away. The warped view shifted. For a split second, I saw the whole of Evan's head hair askew, streak of blood. Jaw tight as he turned toward my neighbor. "Get away from her door, Mr. Lawson barked. I'd never heard him sound like that. His voice carried the kind of anger old men get when the rules of the building are being broken. There was a pause, a thick, heavy beat where I imagined them facing each other. The hallway tight with tension. Then sudden movement. Footsteps thundered down the hall, receding toward the stairwell. I heard the rapid slap of rubber on carpet. Then the clang of shoes hitting the metal stairs. Down, down. Faster than he'd come up, I slid to the floor, my back against the door, phone still pressed to my ear. "He's leaving," I stammered. "He's running down the stairs. Stay where you are," the dispatcher repeated. "Officers are very close. Do not open the door until they identify themselves." I stayed. I don't know how long. Time folded in on itself. At some point, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder, then cutting off abruptly. Doors opened downstairs. Heavy boots climbed the stairs, but these sounded different, more controlled, more measured. Radios crackled. "Police," a voice called. "Ma'am, this is the police. Are you okay in there?" I looked through the peephole one more time. This time, the fisheye lens showed blue and black uniforms. flashlights, the shiny curve of a badge, no brown jacket, no single huge eye. I opened the door with hands that barely felt like they belonged to me. The hallway reeked of adrenaline and the copper tang of blood. There was a smear of it on the door frame where his head must have hit thick at one point, then dragged downward in a streak. Drops dotted the carpet near my threshold, dark and already starting to dry around the edges. The cops checked on me, first questions about injuries, about whether I needed medical attention. I shook my head. I was shaking so hard that the female officer took my elbow and guided me gently back into my apartment, sat me down at the kitchen table, handed me a glass of water that I promptly forgot to drink. In the hallway, more officers moved up and down the stairs, flashlights scanning. "Got something here," one of them called. They found it on the second floor landing, a folding knife, its blade partially open, lying on the step as if it had fallen mid-run. There was blood on the handle and along the edge, not a lot, but enough to glisten under the flashlight. Next to it, on the next step down, lay a coiled bundle of white plastic zip ties, the kind you buy in bulk at hardware stores. One officer picked up the knife with gloved fingers, holding it up for the others to see. Another crouched to bag the zip ties, his face tightening for just a moment before he smoothed it out. "Same setup," he muttered, almost to himself. What the detective on scene asked. The officer straightened, the evidence bag dangling from his hand. "Nothing," he said quickly. Then, after a beat, in a lower voice not meant for me, he had the same setup as that case from 3 years ago, the one with the parking garage. I wasn't supposed to hear it, but sound travels weird in stairwells. It bounced around and slid under the door and lodged in my head. Knife, zip ties, same setup. The first time he tried to kill me, he didn't get past my door, but he had come with a plan. 5.1. Statements. Paperwork. And a name. Police stations look different when you walk in because of something that almost happened to you. I had been in that building once before, years ago, to file a noise complaint for a neighbor. Back then, it felt like a DMV with uniforms, bad lighting, bored faces, too much beige. This time, everything felt sharper and wrong, like someone had turned the contrast up too high. The air in the lobby smelled like burnt coffee and industrial cleaner. A TV in the corner played some local morning show on mute, the hosts smiling too wide as headlines about weather and traffic scrolled past under them. A kid in a hoodie slumped in a plastic chair against the wall, staring at his phone. A woman with raccoon-tired eyes filled out a form on her lap with slow, cramped handwriting. I sat in one of the blue plastic chairs near the front desk, my hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup of coffee I wasn't drinking. The liquid inside had gone lukewarm and formed that thin oil sheen on top, but I kept holding it like it might keep me grounded. An officer called my name, my last name first, like a doctor's office, and I stood up too fast, the chair legs screeching against the tile. The sound snapped through the room, and everyone's eyes flicked toward me for half a second before sliding away again. He led me down a hallway that smelled faintly like dust and copier toner, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Doors lined the walls, some open to glimpses of cluttered desks and bulletin boards crowded with flyers and photographs. Others shut with small plaques beside them bearing names and titles. We wound up in a small interview room, though they called it an office to make it feel nicer. The walls were off-white, the kind that had once been bright, but now held faint scuff marks near the floor. There was a table bolted to the floor and 3 molded chairs. In the corner, a camera looked down with a dead red eye. "Have a seat," the officer said. He was not the same guy who'd come to my apartment the night before. This one wore plain clothes, button-down shirt, tie slightly crooked, badge on his belt. He set a thin manila folder on the table, a spiral notebook on top of it, and clicked a ballpoint pen. The sound of that click made my nerves jump for no good reason. Another detective came in a moment later, a woman with her hair pulled back tight and shadows under her eyes that said she hadn't slept enough in months. She nodded to me, grabbed a chair, and sat across from me, the table between us suddenly feeling like a witness instead of furniture. "Okay," she said, voice calm, professional. "I know you talked to the patrol officers last night. We're going to go through it again, slower this time, and get everything down. Start from when you left the bar." I nodded, though my throat felt too tight. The male detective flipped open the notebook. The pen hovered, ready. In the silence before I started, I became painfully aware of all the small sounds in the room. The faint whoosh of air from the vent overhead, the distant ring of a phone outside in the hallway, followed by a muffled voice answering, the soft squeak of the detective's chair as she shifted. Under it all, the scratchy hum of the building itself wiring in the walls, pipes settling, the low electric buzz of too many fixtures left on too long. I told them everything, at least as much everything as my memory would give me without falling apart. I described the bar that night, the fights on TV, the noise, the smells, the way Evan had come in at 10:30 and gone straight to his stool, the whiskey, the question, want to hang out after, and my no. I told them how his face had changed, how he'd thrown cash on the bar without tipping, how he'd shoved the stool back too hard. I talked about the monitor, the flicker of his jacket passing the front door in the last minutes before closing, the way his head had tilted toward the glass like he was listening, the pen scratched over paper whenever I hit a detail they liked, time, directions, exact words, then the walk, leaving the bar alone at midnight, the fog, the empty street, the way my footsteps sounded on wet concrete, how I'd checked both directions and seen no one before I started walking. I told them how he'd called my name from behind me, how he was suddenly under the streetlight, like he'd stepped out of nowhere, how quietly he moved, how his hands never left his jacket pockets. I could hear my own voice shaking as I tried to repeat our conversation, the Instagram comment, him accusing me of lying, me saying please leave me alone, the fake call to my imaginary boyfriend, his low, almost whispering no. He doesn't. I described the way he matched my pace, speeding up when I sped up, slowing when I slowed, how he'd stopped across from my building instead of continuing down the street, just standing under that tree watching. Then the door, the keypad, the code, the sound of the lock buzzing, the sudden charge of his footsteps behind me, different from the careful, measured walk before, the way I'd barely gotten through the door before he'd hit it, the sound of the impact vibrating up the stairwell and into my bones. My voice cracked when I talked about the stairwell, how the stair treads rattled, how my keys slipped in my hand, the way the front door finally gave, how the sound of it breaking had shot up the building like a gunshot. I told them about the endless second where the peephole went dark, and then his eye had filled it, the blood, the words, Open it. It's easier if you open it. The dispatcher's voice in my ear telling me not to. By the time I finished, my mouth tasted metallic, like I'd been biting my own tongue. The female detective's face stayed neutral as she listened, but every now and then something flickered there, a tiny tightening around her mouth, a slight narrowing of her eyes whenever I hit a particular detail. "Do you know his full name?" the male detective asked when I finally ran out of breath. "Evan," I said immediately. "Evan." My brain blanked for a half second, then slapped down the last name in my memory. Evan Marshall. He uses a credit card at the bar. I've seen it. Marshall with 2 L's. The pen stopped moving. Both detectives glanced at each other, just quickly, so quickly that if I hadn't been staring at them, I might have missed it. A little flash of recognition in the woman's eyes. A small, almost invisible tightening of the man's jaw. "So you've seen his ID?" the woman asked. "Credit card." I said, "Visa. Blue. Name right there. Same name every time. He never pays cash." She nodded slowly. "Okay. That's helpful." Her tone was even, calm. But the air in the room felt different after that, like something had shifted under the surface. "They asked for permission to pull footage. From your bar," the man said. "All entrances, all angles, for the last, let's say 3 months to start. And from your building's cameras. If your landlord allows it. The officers grabbed a partial copy last night, but we'd like a clean transfer. Take whatever you need." I said, "I don't care. If it helps, it will," she said quietly. They went over specifics again. Times, distances, directions, what he was wearing, whether he had said anything else through the door that I hadn't mentioned yet, whether I had ever seen him talking to the missing girl from the flyer, or any other women who had set off my instincts. I tried to remember. Everything blurred now, nights and faces and outfits overlapping in a messy collage. I told them as much as I could, which wasn't enough. It never is when you're sitting under fluorescent lights trying to replay fear on command. In the pauses between my answers, the sounds in the room filled up the space. The pen scratching across paper, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. The click of the air vent cycling on, a faint rush of cold air dropping down. Out in the hallway, the distant slam of a door, the echo of footsteps walking past, the muted ring of a phone, the murmur of a voice picking it up. All those normal, everyday sounds had taken on this weird, high-definition clarity. I felt like if I focused on any one of them too long, something inside me would crack. "We'll also want you to come in for a formal statement on video later," the male detective said eventually, closing his notebook. "But this is good for now." He pushed a piece of paper toward me. "Oh, you might also want to think about a restraining order. We can help you start that process." The word restraining didn't feel big enough. "What if you don't find him?" I asked, my voice smaller than I meant it to be. The female detective held my gaze for a long second. "We're going to do everything we can to find him," she said. It was the kind of answer they probably give a dozen times a week. But something in her eyes looked tired, like she had said it before and didn't always get to back it up. They walked me back out to the lobby when we were done. The hallway felt longer on the way out. The same posters were on the walls, tips about locking your car at night, flyers about neighborhood watch meetings, a bulletin asking for information about a robbery from months ago. One had a smiling cop high-fiving a kid under the words, "Police are your friends." My skin crawled as I passed it. Not because it was wrong, but because it seemed to belong to a different world. The lobby looked the same as when I'd come in TV with the talk show still looping. Coffee machine on the counter where someone had left a drip on the floor. The kid in the hoodie now replaced by an old man clutching a manila envelope. Time had moved, but everything looked stuck. An officer offered to drive me home. I said yes this time. When we pulled up outside my building, the front door frame still looked wounded. The maintenance guy hadn't gotten to it yet. The wood around the lock was cracked. The metal plate bent. The screws disturbed. There were smears of dried blood along the edge where his forehead had hit, now dark and dull, flaking at the edges. A thin trail of crimson had run all the way down to the floor, pooling slightly in the groove of the threshold before drying there like cheap paint. Inside, on my apartment door, there were more marks. The splinter in the frame from where his body had slammed into it. A faint print where his hand must have braced against the wood. The oils now smeared by officers' gloves. I reached out without thinking and touched the edge of the dried blood near the frame. It was tacky under my fingertip, not completely cured. It left a faint reddish streak on my skin. The smell hit me late, the metallic tang of it, cut with the sourness of sweat and old wood. My knees went weak. My stomach turned over so fast I didn't have time to move. I barely made it to the bathroom before I vomited. Knees on the cold tile, fingers digging into the rim of the bowl. My whole body shaking as if I were trying to throw up the last 24 hours. When there was nothing left, I sat back against the tub and stared at the floor until the tiles blurred. The apartment hummed quietly around me, oblivious fridge cycling on and off, pipes ticking, a car passing outside. At some point, I must have dragged myself to the couch. I do not remember lying down, only the feeling of my body suddenly being horizontal, and my brain trying to convince me that meant safety. My phone rang that night long after the sun went down. The sound cut straight through the fog of exhaustion and adrenaline. For a second, my heart sprinted ahead of consciousness. I fumbled for the phone on the coffee table, saw an unknown number with the police department's area code, and answered. "Hello, is this my name?" A man's voice asked. I recognized it after a heartbeat, the male detective from earlier. "Yes," I croaked. There was a rustle of paper on the other end, the quiet murmur of voices in the background, the distant ring of other phones. The station never really slept. "We're still working the case," he said. "I wanted to give you a heads up about something before you see it anywhere else." My grip on the phone tightened. What a pause. Just long enough to make my stomach drop. "We have reason to believe he might be connected to an open homicide case in another county," he said. "We need you to come in again tomorrow. There's more we have to go over." For a second, the room around me felt very far away. "What homicide?" I asked, even though part of me already knew the answer. "We'll talk more when you get here," he said, his voice careful. "But you mentioned a missing girl's flyer at your building. We're looking very closely at that." The call ended eventually. I could not tell you how. I don't remember saying goodbye. I just remember staring at my own reflection in the dark TV screen across the room. Phone still pressed to my ear long after the line went dead, and realizing that whatever I'd survived wasn't just my stalker anymore. It was the edge of something bigger he'd already done to other people. 5.2. The folder and the bin. The second time I went down to the station, the building felt even smaller. They put me in a different room this time, Not the slightly friendlier office from before, but a smaller, boxier space deeper down the hallway. The walls were concrete blocks painted this sickly off-white that reminded me of an old hospital. The ceiling was low enough that the fluorescent light felt like it was right on top of my head. There was a table in the middle metal legs, fake wood top with faint knife marks and pen grooves, and 2 chairs. The third chair had been pushed back into a corner, like it had done something wrong. They left me there alone for a few minutes. The quiet in that room had weight. I could hear the air conditioner through the vent above me, pushing out cold air with a soft, steady hiss. Somewhere beyond the door, a phone rang, was picked up, and stopped. Footsteps went past. Muffled by the carpet in the hallway, a printer whirred faintly, then beeped. Inside the room, there was just the tick of a clock mounted crookedly on the wall. Each second landed with this little dry click that seemed way too loud for how small the sound actually was. I sat with my hands flat on the table, watching the door. When it finally opened, it was the same female detective as before. Her hair was pulled back tighter today, a few strands escaping around her face that she hadn't bothered to smooth down. There were deeper shadows under her eyes, like she had slept even less than I had. She carried a manila folder in one hand, thick enough that it bowed slightly. She set it down on the table between us with more care than you'd give normal paperwork. "Morning," she said. Her voice was softer than yesterday. "How are you holding up? Fine." I lied automatically. She gave me a look that said she knew it was a lie, but wasn't going to call me on it. "Before we start," she said, sliding into the chair opposite me, "I'm going to do something I'm technically not supposed to do." That got my attention more than anything else. "What do you mean?" I asked. She rested her fingertips on the folder, not opening it yet. Her nails were short and unpolished, the skin around them slightly chewed. "We usually keep victims away from details that aren't directly relevant to their case," she said, "especially visuals. It can cause unnecessary trauma, but in this situation..." She exhaled slowly through her nose. "You need to understand what you escaped." The way she said escaped made the room feel colder. She flipped the folder open. The smell of old paper and printer ink seeped out, mixing with the cold air from the vent. Inside, there were several stacks of photos clipped together, some with notes attached. She flipped past the first few without letting me see, her thumb moving quickly, until she stopped at a particular section. "Are you sure?" I asked, the question out before I'd fully decided if I wanted the answer. "No," she said, "honestly. But I'm going to show you anyway." She turned the photo around and slid it across the table toward me. The image hit my brain before I could brace for it. A basement. That was the first thing I registered. Bare concrete floor, stained in places with old, dark patches. The walls were unfinished cinder blocks showing through peeling gray paint. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, yellowish circle of light that didn't quite reach the corners. There were pipes along one wall, wrapped in insulation that had started to fray. In the middle of the frame was a plastic storage bin, the kind you get at big box stores to pack up holiday decorations or winter clothes. Opaque gray sides, slightly translucent lid. Only the lid wasn't on properly. It hung crooked, cracked at one corner. One of the latches snapped off. The bin itself was tipped at an angle, like someone had shoved it and it had hit something and stuck. What was inside did not fit. A woman's body filled half the space. half of a woman's body, from the waist up. She was visible. Her torso was twisted weirdly in the plastic, one shoulder higher than the other, like she'd been shoved in without care. Her arms were bent backward, elbows jammed against the sides of the bin. One wrist was pushed up so far that her fingers rested palm up near her ear, the joint wrong in a way that made my own bones ache. Her clothes were once a simple outfit, a dark tank top, now stiff with dried blood, and what looked like the waistband of jeans, sodden and stained. The fabric had gone crusty, clinging to her skin in places, peeling away in others where it had dried and cracked. Her head was tilted back, chin at an unnaturally sharp angle. One side of her jaw looked swollen, or maybe it was just the way the light hit the ruined bone. Her mouth hung slightly open, lips cracked, the skin around split and raw in old bruised colors. Her eyes were open. They stared up at the ceiling, reflecting that weak bulb. The irises had that cloudy film that dead eyes get, turning whatever color they once were into a murky nothing. Her lashes were clumped together, stuck with something darker than tears. The side of her head facing the camera had been damaged badly. Not a clean cut, not a neat wound. Something heavy had hit it, more than once. The skin was torn, pulled back in ragged edges. Dried blood had caked there in thick, uneven layers, clotted along the hairline, turning her hair into a stiff, dark mass that stuck to her skull, near her temple, where the impact must have been hardest. There was a crack in the bone itself. A white line of skull showed through the ragged flesh, stark against the dried, almost black blood around it. It curved, a pale crescent, like something fragile that had been forced open. Strands of hair were pasted to the concrete floor outside the bin, glued there by old blood that had leaked over the edge and dried, forming a dark halo around the container's base. My stomach rolled. The basement suddenly felt like it was in the room with us. The air thick with the imagined smell of old iron and rot. My fingertips, resting on the table, started to move on their own. I realized I was scratching at the fake wood, nails dragging in tiny, useless arcs. The sound was barely there, but in my head it was as loud as a scream. The detective's hand came down on the edge of the photo and slid it back, closing the folder over it in one smooth motion. "That's enough," she said. "I didn't bring it to make you stare at her. I brought it so you'd know I'm not exaggerating." I swallowed, my throat sandpaper dry. The clock on the wall clicked another second, then another. "Who is she?" I managed. The detective sat back, folding her hands loosely in front of her. 3 years ago," she said. "In a different city 2 counties over, a bartender left her shift and never made it home." My heart stuttered. Bartender. The word felt like it echoed in the room. "She worked at a place a lot like yours," the detective went on. "Small bar, regulars, sports on TV. According to co-workers, she had a customer, a regular, who made her uncomfortable. Male, 30s, drank alone, watched her more than he watched the games. She didn't have to say his name. My brain filled it in anyway. Evan. One night," she continued, "he asked her to go out with him. She said no, firmly. Co-workers remember the way his face changed when she did. My skin prickled. I could still see the way his jaw had twitched when I'd told him no. I could hear his boundaries. I get it. Like a bad recording. She clocked out, told the bar she was walking home like always. The detective said, she never showed up. Her roommate reported her missing the next morning, when her bed was still made and her car was still in the lot. The detective reached into the folder again, flipped past the crime scene photos I already regretted seeing, and pulled out another image. She placed it gently on the table, keeping her fingers on the corner so it wouldn't slide. It was a picture of the same woman from the bin, alive this time, standing behind a bar that looked unfamiliar and instantly familiar all at once. Neon signs, bottles lined up on shelves, a TV in the background frozen mid-game. She was smiling, raising a cocktail shaker at the camera, hair pulled back, eyes bright. She was missing for several weeks. The detective said, the case went cold. Then somebody stopped paying rent on a storage unit across town. The facility owner opened it to clear it out and found that bin. She was in there. I stared at the photo of her smiling and tried to reconcile it with the image of her folded into plastic. How is this connected to him? I whispered. My voice sounded small and strange in my own ears. The detective tapped the folder. Witnesses at her bar described a regular who matches his physical description very closely. She said, same general build, same thinning hair, same habits sitting alone, nursing drinks, watching her more than the TV. The description was all we had. No name, no solid footage, nothing we could tie to anyone specific. She reached into the folder again and pulled out another set of photos. These printed on standard copy paper instead of glossy. She laid them out side by side. These, she said, are from a traffic cam a block away from your bar. The images were grainy, gray, and slightly blurred. Each was stamped with a date and time in the corner. The angle looked down on a stretch of sidewalk near an intersection. Cars parked along the curb, a crosswalk in the foreground. In the first frame, a woman walked alone along the sidewalk. Not the missing bartender from 3 years ago, someone else. Younger maybe, wearing a long coat and carrying a tote bag. Her head was slightly bent, like she was looking at her phone. In the second frame, taken seconds later, a second figure had appeared behind her. He was just far enough away that his features were a smudge, but the outline was unmistakable to me, the set of his shoulders, the way he carried his head, the slope of the brown jacket, hands in pockets, 1 foot in mid-step. In the third frame, they were closer to the edge of the image. The woman's stride had not changed. His had. He'd shortened it just enough to keep the same distance, neither gaining nor falling behind. It was like watching my own ghost walk that sidewalk. Same pattern, same spacing, same posture. The only difference was the face of the woman in front of him. That was 6 months ago. The detective said quietly, no report filed, no body found. The woman in the image hasn't been identified yet. For all we know, she made it home and just never knew how close she came. She tapped one of the photos lightly with her nail. 3 years ago, we had a bartender who said no to a regular and went missing months later. We found her like that. Her eyes flicked briefly to the closed folder, where the bin photo lay hidden. Now we have you, another bartender, another no. Same type of man, same pattern. This time, he did not get past your door. The clock ticked again, loud enough that I flinched. So you're saying... My throat clenched around the words. You're saying he's done this before, that he was practicing. We're saying... The detective replied, that what he did to you fits into an existing pattern we didn't recognize until now. She gathered the traffic cam photos back into a stack, lined up their edges, and slid them into the folder on top of the others. "That's why we need you to remember everything," she said. "Every look, every comment, every time you saw him outside the bar when he shouldn't have been there." Because for her, she nodded at the closed folder. "All we have left are the last few minutes before she vanished. With you, we can see the whole lead-up." She closed the folder gently, like she was tucking someone in. "In other words," she said, eyes meeting mine again, "what he almost did to you is what he already did to someone else, and maybe to more than one someone else." The room felt smaller than ever. The walls seemed to inch closer, the air thinner. The clock kept ticking, steady as a metronome. In my ears, layered over it, I could hear his footsteps again, matching mine on the sidewalk, his voice at my door. "Open it. It's easier if you open it." I understood now that easier didn't mean for me. 5.3. The wall of faces. I thought the folder would be the worst part. It turned out the worst part had more eyes. After we finished with the bin photos and the traffic cam stills, the detective closed the folder, pressed her palm on top of it like she was sealing something in, and stood up. "Come with me," she said. My body didn't want to move. My legs had that hollow, buzzing feeling like they might give out if I asked too much of them. But I pushed my chair back anyway, the legs scraping on the tile with a rough squeal that made my teeth clench. She led me out into the hallway. The air out there was cooler, the light slightly brighter. Officers moved back and forth with armfuls of files, phones pressed to their ears, radios hissing at their hips, the normal churn of a workday. We passed a copy room, the smell of toner and warm paper spilling out through the open door, and a break room where someone laughed too loudly at something on their phone. The sound felt wrong, like it belonged in another building, at the end of the hall. She turned into a smaller side room I hadn't noticed before. The door was propped open with a box of printer paper. Inside, there was a desk, a filing cabinet, and on one wall, a corkboard about the size of a flat-screen TV. That was the first thing I saw. The board. It was cluttered, but not in a movie way. No red strings, no dramatic circles, just paper. Dozens of sheets pinned up with push pins, some crooked, some overlapping others, some curling slightly at the edges. Most of them were black and white photos, printed on cheap office stock. Faces, names, dates. The detective stepped aside so I could see better. My feet carried me closer before I could decide if I actually wanted to look. Missing persons, female, from the last few years in this area and surrounding counties, she said quietly. Not all of these are related, but some of them line up with him in ways we can't ignore. My eyes moved over the grid of faces. They were all different, older, younger, some smiling openly, teeth showing, eyes bright, some with tight, polite expressions, like the kind of photo you take for a work badge. One woman had a toddler on her hip, half cropped out. Another stood in front of a Christmas tree, tinsel blurred behind her. Under each photo, there was a small strip of paper with basic info typed: name, age, last seen, location. At first, it was too much. My brain skimmed over them, refusing to attach. Just a wall of strangers. Then, like a bad magic trick, one of the strangers became someone I knew. It was a grainy still off what looked like footage or social media. She was leaning over a bar, laughing at something out of frame, hair falling forward, a glass in her hand, condensation shining on the side. Her face turned toward whoever was holding the camera. I knew that bar stool. I knew that angle. She came in once or twice, I said, the words surprising me by existing. Sat near the end, close to the jukebox. She liked vodka cranberries. It sounded ridiculous to say that out loud, like it mattered what drink she'd ordered. The detective nodded. We pulled customer statements from your boss and coworkers. She said, your name came up when they were describing her last visits. You served her the last time she was in. She left alone. Another face snagged me a second later. This one was from a news segment. Clearly, the lighting was different, softer, like a studio. Her name was in a thin banner across the bottom of the photo, cut off when they'd printed it. I remembered seeing that segment running on mute on one of our TVs between games. The headline had crawled along under a basketball score. I'd read it in passing while wiping down the bar, local woman missing. Family seeks answers. I hadn't heard the audio that night, just seen her face, trapped in the corner of my eye while bar noise drowned everything else out. Now she was on the board, her eyes staring straight out of the grainy print, asking the same question. Her phone pinged near one of the same gas stations he likes to stop at. The detective said, she spoke like she'd explained this a dozen times already to others, but there was an edge to it that hadn't dulled. Late at night, same direction as his commute home from his old job, there are gaps, but the timing overlaps enough that we're concerned. She pointed, gently, at a cluster of papers in the corner. Not faces this time, but maps and printouts of phone records. Lines drawn between cell towers, circles indicating coverage. We have his phone records from the last few years, she said. Lots of late-night pings in places that don't make sense. Vacant lots, storage facilities, back roads nowhere near his official address or work. She reached up and tapped a red-penned X on one map. This is the storage unit where we found the woman in the bin, she said. He bought gas within a mile of this location 3 separate times in the month before she disappeared. There are receipts. Her finger moved to another spot on a different map. This is an empty industrial property with a basement that used to be a workshop, she said. We found old blood traces there, hair, small fragments of bone near the drains, too degraded for easy matching without better DNA, but enough to prove something bad happened. My skin crawled, the hair on my arms rising under my sleeves. I pressed my palms into my thighs, trying to keep them from shaking. The detective's hand dropped back to her side. He doesn't have one dump site, she said. He moves around. Storage units, old buildings, places other people won't notice a new lock or a closed door. It felt like the air in the room thinned. My fingertips tingled. A pins and needles numbness crept up from my toes. I stared at the wall and tried not to see bodies in bins, tried not to imagine those women folded into plastic, stored like holiday decorations, until someone forgot to pay a bill. My brain, unhelpfully, supplied the details anyway. Basements with standing water near the drains, reflecting weak bulbs, shreds of fabric caught on rough concrete, hair crusted into cracks. That white curve of bone in the photo, multiplied. Hey, the detective said quietly. You still with me? I realized I'd been holding my breath. It came out in a shaky rush. Yeah, I said. My voice trailed off. There was nothing to finish the sentence with that didn't sound stupid. I made myself focus on the sounds outside the room, like grabbing at handholds, Footsteps in the hallway, a rolling chair squeaking, a copier starting up, grinding, then spitting out paper with a rhythmic shunk, a phone ringing twice, then stopping, a distant laugh from somewhere down the corridor. Quickly hushed. Normal office noises. Normal life going on in the same building where these faces were staring at me. The detective stepped closer to the board and rapped her knuckles gently near one particular photo. "We aren't sure yet exactly how many of these connect to him," she said. "But we know this much: he's not just a creep who likes scaring women on sidewalks. He's not just someone who kicks doors and runs away when a neighbor yells." She turned to look at me fully. "He did not come to your building that night to frighten you and leave," she said, her voice low and blunt. "He was there to finish a pattern." The word pattern sat in the air between us, heavy and obscene. I looked back at the faces, trying to imagine what the world had looked like to them in the hours before they disappeared. Did it feel like any other night? Did they have little arguments about schedules? Did they buy cheap dish soap and cereal? Did they text their sisters and say, "Promise me you will not walk alone forever"? Or did they feel something in the air, the way I had that night, and ignore it until it was too late? The detective let me stare for a few more seconds, then put a hand on my shoulder. Light but steady. "That's enough for now," she said. "We'll keep you updated as we get more. For today, we're going to have you sign some more paperwork. Then you can go home. We'll arrange for extra patrols near your building. Think about staying with someone if you can." I nodded, though the word home suddenly felt like a joke. We walked back down the hallway. I moved in a kind of numb haze, my feet going where they were supposed to without me fully registering each step. The hum of fluorescent lights, the murmur of voices, the occasional ring of a phone washed over me in layers. At the front, there were forms to sign, some about victim rights, some about contact information. Some I didn't fully understand but initialed anyway because they told me to. The pen felt heavy in my hand. The date looked wrong when I wrote it, like it belonged to someone else's life. I was almost out of the lobby when I heard my name again. "Hey," last name. I turned. The detective jogged the last few steps toward me, one hand dipping into the folder tucked under her arm. "There's one more thing," she said. I braced myself for another bin photo, another map, another face, Mr. Instead, she pulled out a single sheet of glossy paper and held it out. "This is from his phone," she said. "We pulled it this morning. Our techs flagged it. I thought you should see it before you see it somewhere else." I took the photo. It was a picture of my bar, not from the inside this time, but from across the street. The frame caught the front door and windows dead center. The neon open sign glowed in the glass, half reflected, half solid. The interior was visible just enough to make out shapes: the bar top, bottles, the sideways glow of a TV screen. In the foreground, on the sidewalk just outside the door, were two people, me and Chris. I was mid-laugh, my head thrown slightly back, mouth open. The pose caught in that awkward split second before or after words. One hand held a lighter, pointed toward his cigarette. Chris stood beside me, facing away from the camera, his profile visible only in the curve of his jaw as he looked down at the flame. We were both in motion, blurred slightly by it. I had seen pictures of myself at the bar before, selfies with coworkers, snapshots from busy nights, but those had always been taken by someone I knew. With my awareness, this one was different. The angle was higher, slightly off-center, like it had been taken from an upstairs window across the street. Behind us, in the reflection of the bar's glass, there was a faint, ghosted shape in one of the second-floor windows of the building opposite. Just a darker rectangle within the rectangle. But if you looked closely, you could make out a head, shoulders, the glint of a phone held up near a face. My skin went cold. This was taken. When I asked, a few months before the attack, she said, "We can narrow it down based on metadata, but the exact date isn't the important part." I stared at the tiny version of myself in the photo, completely open, laughing. He had captured me in this casual, unguarded moment when I thought I was just bumming a light to a coworker during a smoke break. I had no idea someone was watching from above. No idea their hand was on a camera. No idea I was being framed like a target. "We pulled a lot of photos off his phone," the detective said. "Some of you walking, some of you at the bar, a few from farther away, like this. But this one," she gestured at it. "This one was taken from a very specific vantage point," she said. "A second-story apartment directly across from your bar. Lease records show he sublet a room there for a while. He had that angle on you for months." The lobby around us seemed to recede, the edges blurring. The sounds of printers and phones and people talking turned into static. He hadn't just watched me from his stool. He had watched me from above, from across the street, from behind glass. He had been building an album out of moments I didn't even know I was having. I handed the photo back because my fingers had started to shake again. "Keep it," the detective said. "If you can stand to. It's evidence. But we've got digital copies. Sometimes it helps survivors to know they weren't crazy, that the feeling that someone was watching wasn't in their head." I looked down at the picture one more time. Me, outside my own workplace, laughing in the neon glow. A blurry shadow of a man catching that laugh from a dark window. Months before he ever chased me up my stairs. "Yeah," I said quietly, slipping the photo carefully into my bag like it might cut me. "I get it. Later. When I'd sit at my kitchen table trying to write this all down. That would be the image that kept flashing behind my eyes. Not just the bin, not just the blood on my door, but my own stupid, trusting smile, frozen under the neon open sign, completely unaware that somewhere above me, behind glass, someone had already decided I was next. 6.1. Courtrooms and stairs. Courtrooms are supposed to feel safe. That is what everyone tells you, in one way or another. Cops, lawyers, family, friends. They say things like, "He can't hurt you here, and this is where the system protects you." You picture bright justice, sharp lines, clean outcomes. The reality, at least where I live, smelled like old paper, dust, and people who had been afraid in the same room before you. The day of the hearing. The courthouse rose up on the corner like a gray stone ship. Wide steps, chipped at the edges, tall doors with metal handles worn dull by too many hands. Inside, the floors were polished marble that had yellowed with age, veined with scuffs and scratches. Every footstep echoed twice, once off the floor, once off the vaulted ceiling. I could hear those echoes before I even saw him. My shoes clicked too loudly as I walked down the long central hallway, escorted by a victim advocate with a badge on a lanyard and a file folder hugged to her chest. People milled around lawyers with rolling bags, defendants in ill-fitting shirts, family members clutching purses like shields. The air smelled like coffee from a machine somewhere, and the faint tang of sweat trapped under wool and polyester. "Remember, you don't have to look at him," the advocate said. "You can focus on the judge, or on me, or on your hands, whatever feels safest." I nodded like that was a real option. The courtroom itself was colder than the hallway. Those long wooden pews you see in movies were here. Two benches worn smooth by decades of backs and nervous hands. The smell of varnish and old wood rose up when I sat, mixed with something stale and papery, like an old library that had stopped getting new books. At the front, the judge's bench loomed under a carved seal. To one side, the prosecutor's table. To the other, the defense. Between them, a little rectangular space where you could feel lives being measured in words. A court reporter sat ready at her little machine, fingers poised above the keys. Every cough, chair scrape, and whispered aside felt like it might be captured forever in that room. I tried not to scan the defense table as people filed in, but my eyes betrayed me. He was already there. Evan sat in a chair at the far end, hands cuffed in front of him, chain running from his wrists to a loop at his waist. He wore a pale county-issue shirt and dark pants that didn't quite fit, like the fabric wasn't sure what shape it was supposed to hug. His hair was slightly longer than I remembered, unstyled, the thinning crown more obvious under the courtroom lights. There was a faint line of pink above his eyebrow, where the wound from my door had healed. It tugged his skin just slightly when he pumped his forehead, a pale echo of the night he'd slammed himself into wood and metal to get to me. He looked ordinary. That was the worst part. In the fluorescent wash, in borrowed clothes, behind the solid wood of the defense table. He could have been anyone. A bored guy waiting on a traffic ticket, a man in for a tax hearing, a face you would forget as soon as he turned away. The only part that reminded me who he was were his eyes. They didn't roam the room, taking everything in like a nervous person might. They moved in small, deliberate arcs: judge, prosecutor, defense attorney, then, inevitably, me. When his gaze landed, it stayed. Not with anger, not with panic, with a kind of clinical interest, like a scientist observing how a lab rat behaved in a new maze. I looked away first. The victim advocate touched my arm, a gentle pressure that said I didn't have to be strong, but also that the next part was coming whether I was ready or not. The judge came in. Everyone rose and sat in a practiced wave. The prosecutor stood, suit crisp, hair in place, voice steady as he read through the list of charges: stalking, unlawful entry, attempted break-in. Words I had learned to associate with my own hallway and the front door of my building now echoed off the high ceiling in legal phrases. For the record, on this date, in this county. He did not say attempted murder. Not yet. The homicide investigation in the other county was still building its own case, but the prosecutor mentioned patterns of behavior consistent with an ongoing violent risk, and my stomach knotted at the bureaucratic way they had to phrase what we all knew. Behind the prosecutor's voice, the sounds of the courtroom created a strange music. The soft tap of the court reporter's keys, steady as a heartbeat. The creak of wooden pews as people shifted, leaning forward, leaning back. The squeak of leather shoes on the floor when the defense attorney stood. The subtle click of the judge's pen as he made notes, somewhere high above, in the rafters I couldn't see. The ventilation hummed. I was called to testify. The victim advocate went up with me, walking at my elbow as if she could physically hold my spine in place. The bailiff opened the swinging wooden barrier, and suddenly the wide space of the courtroom narrowed into that tiny strip of floor between the tables and the witness stand. My footsteps sounded wrong on it, too soft, then too loud, then gone as I stepped up onto the raised platform. I raised my right hand, swore to tell the truth, and sat down. Up there, the room looked different. The judge loomed larger. The prosecutor seemed closer. The people on the benches blurred into a mass of faces and colors. Only one figure at the defense table stayed in brutal focus. Evan sat slightly turned in his chair, enough that he could keep me in his line of sight without looking obvious about it. His hands lay cuffed on the table, fingers intertwined like he was politely listening to a lecture. His face was neutral, no twitching jaw, no flushed skin, nothing to hint at the man who had slammed himself into my door until it cracked. The prosecutor asked me to start with the night of the attack, so I did. Again. The words felt heavy in my mouth, heavier than they had at the station. The courtroom air was drier. Each sentence scraped my throat a little. I talked about closing the bar, about the fog, the sidewalk, the 7-minute walk that had stretched into a lifetime, hearing my name behind me, turning to see him under the streetlight, his questions, the Instagram comment, his hands in his pockets, the way he matched my pace. The prosecutor's voice guided me back and forth over the worst parts like he was walking me slowly through a crime scene. When did you realize he was following you? What did he say when you mentioned a boyfriend? How did he respond when you requested he leave you alone? What happened when you reached your building? Each answer was recorded in the staccato clicking of the court reporter's machine. Each detail I laid out became a tile in a mosaic of his intent. When we reached the part where I told him my boyfriend lived with me, the prosecutor repeated the question to make it clear for the record. "And what did you say to the defendant at that point?" he asked. I told him. I said, my voice quieter now, that my boyfriend lived with me, that he was waiting upstairs. And how did the defendant react? I hesitated, eyes drifting despite myself toward the defense table. He said, the words stuck for a second. I forced them out. He said, "No, he doesn't. You live alone." The courtroom was silent enough that I could hear the clock above the judge's bench ticking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The smallest movement, the kind that might not have registered if I hadn't spent months cataloging his micro-expressions like they were landmines. Evan's mouth curved, not into a full smile, just a slight upward twitch of one corner, gone almost as soon as it appeared. It didn't reach his eyes. Those stayed flat, bright under the fluorescent lights, pupils steady. It was a private joke, that almost smile, a shared reference only he and I understood that moment in the fog when he had corrected my lie with casual precision. Like commenting on the weather, I doubted anyone else in the room saw it. The prosecutor didn't. He was already moving on to the next question. The judge was looking at his notes. The defense attorney was staring down at his legal pad, pen poised, but I saw it, and my skin crawled. I focused on the judge's face after that, on the lines around his eyes, on the way he held his shoulders. Anything that wasn't those cold, observing eyes at the defense table. The prosecutor tied my testimony to the evidence: the building's damaged door, the photos of the broken lock, The recovered knife and zip ties from the stairs. He mentioned carefully that law enforcement in another jurisdiction believes the defendant may be linked to a previous homicide with similar elements. Without saying the word bin or describing her, the defense tried to soften everything, suggested that maybe he just wanted to talk to me, that he was drunk, that he panicked and overreacted when the door closed in his face. They phrased it like a misunderstanding that got out of hand, not a pattern he had been refining for years. When the defense attorney asked me questions, his tone was smooth, professional, attempting to be gentle. "Is it possible you misheard what he said in the hallway? You were very upset, weren't you? You've seen crime shows. Is it possible your mind filled in details later?" I answered as calmly as I could. "No. Yes. I was upset. No. I didn't get this from television. I got it from his face at my peephole and the blood on my door. The whole time. I could feel Evan's gaze on me like a weight between my shoulder blades. Not angry, not pleading, just watching. When it was over, when the lawyers had argued about charges and enhancements and prior behavior, the plea came. His attorney conferred with the prosecutor and the judge in low tones while I sat on the bench, heart pounding in my throat. Words like attempted burglary, aggravated stalking, and unlawful entry floated back in pieces. In the end, he took a deal. He pled to a stack of charges that, piled together, built something ugly. Not the maximums, not life, not death, but enough that the prosecutor's shoulders lowered a fraction when the judge accepted it. There was talk, formal, sterile talk about consecutive sentences, about risk to the community, about the high probability of future dangerousness. The judge spoke directly to him about a pattern of escalating behavior and the serious nature of your actions. It all washed around me in a blur of law speak. I remember the sound more than the words. The judge's gavel hitting wood, sharp and final. The soft clink of the court reporter's last keystrokes as she captured it. The shuffle of people rising, the creak of benches, and the metallic rattle of his restraints. When the bailiff stepped up to take him, the chain between his wrists and his waist jingled softly, links scraping together. The sound cut through everything else for me. Cleaner than the gavel, sharper than any speech. He stood when they told him to. No struggle, no outburst, no dramatic last words. He turned just enough that his eyes swept the room one more time. For a heartbeat, they landed on me again. There was nothing in them I could label easily. Not rage, not remorse. Something like curiosity. Maybe, as if he were filing away the image of me on that bench for whatever passed as memory in his head. Then the bailiff nudged him forward. The chain tugged. His shoes squeaked on the polished floor as they led him toward a side door behind the defense table. The door was heavy metal, painted to look like wood, hinges hidden. When it closed behind him, it did so with a thick, echoing thud that reminded me of my own door on the night he hit it with his body. The sound rolled around the room and settled in my chest. For the first time in a long time, there was a physical barrier between his hands and my life that he hadn't chosen. People started filing out. Papers shuffled. Voices rose in low murmurs. I stepped into the hallway, the marble echoing under my shoes again. The air out there felt just as stale as when I'd come in, but it moved around me differently now. Lighter, but not clean. As we passed a side alcove, two men in suits walked the other way, their voices low but carrying just enough in the stone corridor that I caught a piece of what they said. With good behavior, One of them murmured to the other, "He might be out in 15. 15. The number lodged itself in my brain like shrapnel. 15 years, give or take. Less. If someone was generous, if boxes got checked, if forms were signed, if time was shaved for good behavior in a place where he would have no doors to kick. 15 Christmases, 15 birthdays, 15 summers of people forgetting a name he would repeat to parole boards with a straight face. 15 years for him to sit in a concrete box and think, to remember the 7-minute walk, the way my door had sounded under his shoulder, the way my voice had shaken when I said, "Please leave me alone," out of his hands, for now, not out of his head. The echo of that number followed me all the way down the courthouse steps, through the parking lot, into my car, and back to my apartment. It curled up under my bed like a living thing and went to sleep there, waiting. 15. 6.2. Trying to live like nothing happened. They do not tell you what to do with your hands once the courtroom is done with you. The day after his sentencing, I woke up, made coffee, put on the same black work pants I always wore behind the bar, and went in for my shift like I had not just watched a man get chained and marched through a metal door because of me. The bar felt smaller. The neon signs hummed the same way. The beer taps squeaked the same way. The TVs played the same stupid highlight reels with the sound half down. But the air had this weight to it, like the whole place was holding its breath. The regulars came in, one by one, like they always did. Old guys in work jackets, 20-somethings in college hoodies, lonely men who liked sitting at the bar alone more than they liked sitting at home alone. Every man who walked in by himself made my heart jump, not in a rational way, not in a way I could control. The bell over the door would ring, a shape would appear, and for half a second my brain would try to paste his face onto theirs. Wrong jacket, wrong hair, wrong eyes, wrong walk. It did not matter. The first flash was always him. I started cataloging each male customer in my head, whether I wanted to or not. How many drinks, how fast, where their eyes went when they thought I was not looking. If they used cash or card, what name popped up on the receipt. Sound became a kind of weapon and a kind of torture at the same time. The heavy scrape of a bar stool on tile, the sudden burst of laughter from a group of drunk guys, the sharp slap of a glass hitting the bar when someone wanted my attention. Footsteps behind me when I crossed the floor to get more ice would send a cold spike up my spine. Even if I turned and saw it was just my coworker with a tray of wings. A man's drunk laugh too close to my ear made my muscles tense. My fingers tighten around a pint glass until I thought it might crack in my hand. I flinched enough that my boss eventually pulled me aside in the storage room, near the shelves of liquor and boxes of napkins. "You sure you're okay to be back?" he asked, voice softer than I'd ever heard it. "We can cut your hours, move you to earlier shifts, whatever you need." I told him I was fine, which was a lie. But the idea of losing the only routine I had left felt worse than the idea of standing behind that bar with my nerves frayed. If I stopped, if I went home and stayed there, the 7-minute walk and the door and his eye at my peephole would fill every inch of my day. So I kept working nights that were never just nights anymore. 6 months later, I moved. Everyone said it was a good idea. Fresh start, new building, new code on the door, new hallways that didn't remember the sound of his body hitting the frame. The apartment I found was across town, a little bigger, a little more expensive, in one of those aging complexes that still tried to look new from the street. The leasing office had a fake plant in the corner and a Keurig machine for visitors. The manager walked me through a model unit, talking about open concept and natural light, while my eyes went straight to the deadbolt and the chain and the peephole. "This one has updated security," she said, like she had read my case file. "Keypad entry on the main door, plus cameras at both ends of the hall. The landlord installed a ring on this one, too. But you can use your own app if you want." I signed the lease that afternoon. Moving day looked like every other American moving day I'd ever seen. A rented U-Haul van with a cab that smelled like old sweat and fast food wrappers. Cardboard boxes with black Sharpie scribbles. Kitchen, bathroom, MSC that never really matched what was inside. A sagging mattress strapped badly. Friends promising they would be right there but showing up 3 hours late. We carried my life up the new stairs in awkward, heavy pieces. The couch that had seen too many spilled drinks. The cheap IKEA table with one perpetually loose screw. Milk crates full of mismatched mugs and chipped plates. My dusty TV. A leftover from somebody else's old living room. By the time the sun started going down, my new apartment looked like a storage unit someone had forgotten to stack properly. Boxes in the middle of the floor. Trash bags of clothes piled on the bed. The fridge empty except for a bottle of cheap wine and a jar of pickles I'd forgotten was in there. I ordered pizza. We ate it sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, using a flattened box as a table. Grease soaked into the cardboard, leaving dark circles. My friend left after a couple of hours, hugging me in the doorway and making bad jokes about how no creepy dudes are getting up here with that keypad. Trust me. When the door closed behind her, the silence in the new place felt lighter than my old apartment. But it was still silence. The walls were cleaner, the carpet newer. The hallway smelled like fabric softener and someone's cooking, not like old smoke and dust. My new neighbor across the hall, a woman in her 30s with a nurse's do-it-with-care. Mug introduced herself with a smile and an offer to exchange numbers in case of Amazon packages or weird noises. Her presence should have made me feel safer. But trauma doesn't read floor plans. Routine followed me like a stray animal. Every time I heard footsteps in the hall, I froze. I'd abandon whatever I was doing, washing dishes, scrolling my phone, standing over the microwave and move automatically toward the door. Heart already speeding up. My eye went to the peephole before my hand could argue about whether it wanted to look. Most of the time, it was nothing. Just the sound of the nurse neighbor coming home from a night shift. Keyring jangling. A couple arguing softly on their way past. Grocery bags bumping their legs. A kid bounding down the hall. Sneakers squeaking. Then being shushed. The peephole showed them all in that familiar fisheye distortion. Every face bent around the curve of the lens, sometimes. Nobody was there when I checked. Just the empty hall and the glow of the exit sign at the far end. Reflected in the shine of the new carpet. I left the bar eventually. Not because of him, officially. I told people I wanted a change of pace. I took a job at a coffee shop that closed at 9 instead of midnight. It smelled like espresso and baked goods instead of stale beer and bleach. The customers still came in alone, but they were less drunk and more caffeinated. The men who stared felt annoying instead of dangerous, but my body still remembered. If someone walked too close behind me on the sidewalk, my shoulders would go rigid. If I heard a man's voice behind me say, "Hey," I would fix my eyes on some random point ahead, an empty bus stop, a traffic light, and pretend they were talking to someone else. My hand would go into my pocket, fingers closing around my phone like a talisman. And at night, in the new apartment, the sounds changed, but the fear didn't. The building's refrigerator hummed with a different pitch than my old one. The pipes clicked differently when someone upstairs took a shower. The heater made a low, steady whoosh when it kicked in. Air moving through vents I hadn't memorized yet. But sometimes, lying in bed, I would still hear the phantom thud of his shoulder hitting my old door, like an echo that had gotten lost and found me again in a new zip code. The worst was the night I woke up at 3 a.m. I remember the time because the digital clock on my nightstand glowed 3:06 in dull red numbers, the colon blinking once as my eyes focused. The room was dark, except for that and the faint wash of light from the complex's parking lot, bleeding around the edges of my blinds. I had been dreaming something I couldn't hold on to, just a smear of images and that familiar heaviness in my chest. I woke up already halfway scared, heart beating a little too fast for someone who'd just been horizontal and motionless. Then I heard it. 3 knocks. Not on my door, on the wall. They were soft, too soft to be someone trying to get my attention. But they were distinct, spaced in a way that jolted me more than if someone had just pounded. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the wall next to my bed, the one that backed up against the hallway where my front door was. It was like someone was standing out there, in the narrow space between apartments, and testing the hollow of the drywall with the backs of their knuckles. I held my breath. The apartment's other sounds faded: the fridge, the heater, the hum of the building, until all I could hear was the rush of blood in my ears. Probably the neighbor, I told myself. But the voice in my head did not sound convinced. Maybe she dropped something. Maybe it's the pipes. The pattern replayed in my skull. 3 evenly spaced taps, just hard enough to be intentional, just familiar enough. Evan had never knocked on my wall. He'd thrown his whole body into my door. But the number 3 scratched at my brain. I slid out of bed, feet sinking into the carpet. The room felt colder than it had when I went to sleep. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the emergency call option in muscle memory. In the living room, I flipped on a lamp, the yellow light making the boxes I still hadn't fully unpacked loom like shapes at the edge of a bad dream. I went to the door. I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. The exit sign glowed its usual dull red at the far end. The white walls reflected it faintly. No shadows moved. No doors were open. No figure in a brown jacket stood with his face inches from the wood. I checked the camera app on my phone, the ring feed from the new landlord's setup. The motion log for the last few hours showed nothing but a time-stamped video of my neighbor coming home around midnight. Keys jangling, bag slung over one shoulder. Nothing at 3 a.m. No motion detected, no person flagged, no notification. I told myself that meant something. I did not sleep much the rest of the night. In the morning, the hallway looked normal again. Beige carpet, white walls, a framed evacuation diagram near the stairwell. I locked my door behind me and walked toward the elevator. My bag swinging against my hip, halfway down the hall, I saw it, right in front of my door, in the space where someone would stand if they were waiting. There was a mark on the carpet. At first I thought it was just a damp patch from someone's shoes, left over from a spilled drink or a step in something outside. But when I looked closer, I saw the shape of it, a half moon, the curved front of a shoe print, about the size of a man's foot. Whatever had made it had been slightly wet, then dried while someone shifted their weight, smearing the edge outward. It wasn't dark enough to be obvious, just a faint, dirty crescent, like something had been tracked in and then scuffed. If you weren't looking for it, you'd miss it. No one in the building had mentioned any leak. No one had complained about dirty carpets. The rest of the hallway was clean. I stood there, staring at that ghost of a footprint, the air feeling suddenly too thin. It could have been anything. A delivery guy, a neighbor's guest, some random coincidence of dirt and time, or it could have been what my gut said it was. Someone had stood right there, in front of my new door, long enough to leave a mark, the same place he once stood in front of my old one. 15 years might have been hanging over us like a promise, but patterns, I was learning, did not always stay politely in the past. 6.3. Letters from behind walls. The first time he got past the concrete and steel again, it was with a stamp. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I was paying bills at the kitchen table. The kind of boring, normal task that is supposed to mean your life is back on track. My apartment looked almost like anyone else's, then a half-burned candle on the counter, a pile of coupons I was never going to use, a grocery list magneted to the fridge. The air conditioner rattled in the window with its familiar loose screw vibration. Daytime TV murmured in the background. Some game show host shouting about prizes to a clapping audience I could barely stand to listen to. Then someone knocked on my door. Not the heavy, full-body slam I still heard in dreams. Just a quick, professional rap, 3 sharp knocks. Evenly spaced. I froze anyway. It took me a second to remember that normal people knocked like that. 2. I wiped my hands on my jeans and walked to the door. Every step measured. Habit made me look through the peephole first. The hallway stretched away in its usual bland beige. Right in front of my door stood a man in a USPS uniform blue shirt, cap with an old logo, a bundle of envelopes in one hand, and an electronic pad in the other. Certified mail for my name. He called, like he had done this 1,000 times before. His voice bounced weirdly around the hallway. I opened the door as far as the chain would let me and slipped my hand through to sign. The stylus felt too smooth under my fingers. "Have a good one," he said, already moving toward the next unit, his satchel thumping gently against his hip. The envelope he'd left me was thicker than a normal letter. White, a little creased at the edges from being handled. My name and address were printed in neat block letters. The return address was what made my stomach drop. It wasn't a person's name, not exactly. It was an institution. The kind of place you see in depressing drone footage on the news. State Correctional Facility, followed by a line of numbers and a road I'd never heard of. Under that, in smaller type, his name, Evan Marshall. Inmate number and a string of digits that made him look like a product in a system. For a second, the apartment went very quiet. Even the air conditioner seemed to hold its breath. I carried the envelope to the table like it might explode if I tilted it wrong and sat down. The chair creaked under me. My heartbeat felt almost visible in my peripheral vision. The paper inside made a soft chef-effort as I slid my finger under the sealed edge and tore it open. That small ripping sound went through me like a blade. A single sheet of lined paper, folded in thirds, slid onto the table. I stared at it for a long moment before I could make myself unfold it. His handwriting was smaller than I expected. Tight, controlled, the kind of script someone practices to look normal. Blue ink, no smears. He started with my name. Just that. My first name. No, dear. It looked wrong on the page in his hand, like he'd stolen something that belonged in my friends' mouths. Not his. The letter was short, half a page, maybe. written with this fake politeness that made my skin crawl. He talked about therapy in a way that sounded rehearsed, like he was using phrases someone else had fed him, taking accountability, examining patterns, understanding the roots of my behavior. He wrote that he hoped I was healing, that he hoped time and distance were helping me reclaim my sense of safety, like he was a social worker who had read my file, not the reason I had one. And then there were the sentences that mattered. "I've been thinking a lot about doors lately," he wrote in the middle, the line slightly darker where his pen must have pressed harder. "How some doors open because you ask them to, and some open because you make them. Yours didn't, but I got to know it anyway. A little farther down, you looked different without the bar lights on you. More real, less staged." The word staged was underlined. Just once. Enough. I realized, slowly, that he was describing the walk, the sidewalk, the way he'd watched me go from the neon glow of the bar into the yellow wash of the street lamps, the way he'd seen me at my door, the one that had cracked under his shoulder, that still haunted the muscles in my back when it got cold. At the bottom, he wrote, "I'm not expecting a response. They tell me it's part of my treatment to write these, whether or not you answer. But I do think about the night we shared that hallway. Shared. Like we had met online and gone out for drinks." My fingers went numb. The letter slipped from them and hit the table with a quiet, papery slap. For some reason, that sound made me flinch harder than the knocks had. The air conditioner hummed louder for a second, its casing buzzing against the window frame. A gust of colder air washed over my arms and raised goosebumps. I folded the letter back up without reading it again and put it back in the envelope, like I could shove the words into the dark with it. Then I called the detective. He told me to bring it in. "Certified mail," he said. Was good. It meant a record, a timestamp. Someone had to sign off on it leaving the facility, combined with the no-contact order. It was a problem for the institution, not for me. In the station, under those same fluorescent lights. The envelope sounded louder than it should have when I slid it across the table. The paper rashed against the cheap wood, the flap fluttering once before settling. The detective picked it up with gloved hands like it might burn him. 2. He scanned the letter quickly, eyes tightening at the worst parts. "We'll add this to the file," he said. "We'll contact the prison. This could be a violation of your protective order depending on how the judge reads it. In the meantime, do not respond. At all. I wasn't planning on it," I said. My voice sounded thinner than it felt in my throat. He nodded. "Good." The envelope made that same whispery sound as he slid it into a plastic evidence sleeve. The zipper on the bag rasped shut, sealing the paper and ink and his words behind clouded plastic. Hearing it zipped away did not make me feel better. Back home, I kept hearing echoes of the sentences I didn't want. "I've been thinking a lot about doors lately. You looked different without the bar lights on you." We shared that hallway. The AC kicked on, kicked off. My upstairs neighbor's footsteps crossed the ceiling. A siren wailed somewhere far away, Dopplering past. Life went on. A week later, I was washing dishes when I heard the story about him without his name. The TV was on in the living room, turned low. I wasn't really watching it, just letting it fill the background with noise so the apartment didn't seem so empty. Some local news anchor was laughing at a weather blooper when the red breaking news bar slid across the bottom. The sound caught my ear more than the words at first, a slight tightening in the anchor's tone. The The shift from banter to seriousness. I wiped my hands on a towel and walked into the room. Dishwater still drying on my fingers. They were talking about a different city, not mine. Couple hours away. The footage was the same B-roll they always use, police tape across an apartment complex. An exterior shot of a door. A reporter standing in a parking lot, holding a microphone like a shield. The anchor read off the prompter. Police say a man was arrested late last night after allegedly trying to force his way into a woman's apartment. According to investigators, he followed her home, waited until she was at her door, and then attempted to push his way inside. The woman managed to slam the door and call 911. A neighbor confronted the suspect in the hallway, and he fled, dropping a knife and a bundle of zip ties on the stairwell. My heart stopped. My hands went cold and wet again, even though I wasn't touching the sink. Knife, zip ties, hallway, door. The reporter's voice continued in that flat broadcast cadence. Authorities say the items found at the scene indicate the suspect may have planned to restrain the victim. Investigators are looking into possible connections with other incidents. But at this time, they say it appears to be an isolated copycat case. They used the word copycat. On the screen, they flashed a mugshot. Different face, different eyes, different city. The man in the photo looked sullen, confused, like he hadn't expected to get caught. Not Evan. Evan was behind cement walls and razor wire, counted twice a day by men with clipboards. But someone else had decided to run the same pattern. Follow a woman home. Wait for the door. Try to shove your way inside. Bring zip ties. Just in case. Bring a knife, because if she opens it, she might scream. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. The floor creaked softly. The air conditioner rattled again. On the TV, the anchor moved on to a story about a county fair. Fried food and Ferris wheels filled the screen. Like the last 2 minutes hadn't just described the worst night of my life with a different cast. I realized then that what had happened to me was not an isolated nightmare. It was a script. Men like him passed it along in the quiet spaces between headlines, in the corners of their thoughts, in the things they read and watched and wanted. Maybe they didn't know his name. Maybe they never would. But they knew the steps. Wait. Follow. Door. Force. He wasn't the only one thinking a lot about doors. I moved again. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud. Even to myself. New city this time. Not just a new building. New job. New grocery store where the cashiers didn't know my face. New streets where my footsteps didn't echo off the same memories. The place I live in now is smaller but higher up. 3rd floor walk-up. No elevator. A deadbolt I installed myself with the landlord's grudging permission. A camera I bought with my own money instead of trusting someone else's app. There is a laundromat down the block that smells like detergent and hot metal. A diner on the corner where the night waitress calls everyone hon. The parking lot is lit badly, but the alley beside my building is narrow enough that no one can stand there without being seen from at least one window. I tell myself these things like mantras. Fresh start, new code, different walls. I am sitting at my kitchen table now, laptop open, typing all of this out. The AC in this place hums a little lower, a little steadier than the last two. The fridge makes a small knocking noise when it cycles off that still makes me flinch if I am tired. For a long time. As the months stacked up, I let myself believe I had outrun him. He was in a cell. His letters went into evidence bags. My address wasn't on any of his old maps. The copycats were in cities far enough away that the news only brushed past them. Until last month. Last month, something small shifted in my new hallway. Something that sounded too much like an old pattern waking up. And that's why I'm finally writing this now. 7.1. A new bar. A new hallway. By the time I started at the new bar, I had gotten good at pretending my life was normal. On paper, it even looked better. No more sticky floors and neon beer signs. No more dive bar regulars chain smoking over the same half-warm draft. The new place was the kind of bar you find in a gentrified downtown exposed brick. Edison bulbs, plants in hanging pots someone actually watered. Cocktails with names that sounded like indie bands. Couples sitting close, knees touching, sharing appetizers off slate boards. The first night I walked in, the smell hit me: citrus peels, fresh herbs, good liquor. Underneath it, a faint note of floor cleaner and cologne. No stale smoke, no fryer oil soaked into the walls. It felt like a place people came to show off, not to quietly rot. My coworkers were younger, chattier, a lot of tattoos, a lot of talk about playlists and podcasts. There were still men who sat alone, staring a little too long. But they were outnumbered by pairs and groups dates, co-worker outings, girls' nights. I had rules now, real ones, not the fuzzy boundaries I used to joke about. Rule 1, I did not walk home alone, ever. My new apartment was only a 10-minute drive away, and the bar stayed open late. But I did not care how close it looked on a map. One of the bouncers, a guy named Marcus with shoulders like a refrigerator and a soft voice that didn't fit his size, insisted from day one that he or another staff member would make sure I got home. Last call isn't just for them, he said, chin jerking toward the crowd one night. It's for us, too. We don't leave each other hanging. So at the end of every shift, I would clock out, count my tips, grab my bag, and wait by the side door while Marcus finished checking the bathrooms and patio. We walked to his car together. I sat in the passenger seat, the upholstery smelling faintly of gym clothes and cheap air freshener, and he'd drive me straight to my building, engine idling while I used the keypad. He always waited until he saw the lobby lights swallow me before he pulled away. The new building felt like a brochure's idea of safety. The hallway lights were bright white LEDs, not the tired yellow bulbs I was used to. The carpet was that ugly commercial gray with little flecks of color. But it was new, no worn paths, no stains shaped like ghosts of old spills. The walls had a fresh coat of paint, still holding the faint chemical tang beneath the generic clean smell. The doors were metal, not the hollow wood I'd watched flex and crack. Heavy, solid cores that thunked when they closed. Each one had a peephole, a deadbolt, and a latch that clicked with a firm finality that made my chest loosen a fraction every time I turned it. There were cameras, too, real ones, not just the occasional dusty dome in a corner. One at each end of the hallway. Red light glowing steady. Lens pointed straight down the line of doors. Another in the lobby, angled to catch the front door and mailboxes. The landlord bragged about them during the tour, tapping the housing with his knuckles like it was a trophy. State of the art, he said. No one's getting in here without being recorded. The building had more sounds than my last one. The elevator dinged with a clear, polite chime every time it reached my floor. Somewhere down the hall, near the laundry room, washing machines hummed and sloshed and thunked as they shifted off balance. The young couple 3 doors down liked lo-fi playlists, Soft beats and washed-out vocals drifted through the walls at night, like a soundtrack trying not to bother anyone. I learned the new soundscape slowly. The click of my own door locking. The whir of the elevator cables when someone rode up late. The metallic clunk of the laundry room door closing. The high, quick footsteps of the girl upstairs running for her phone when it rang. None of them were his footsteps. None of them were the full-body slam of him hitting my door. Months passed. Enough that the dates on my paperwork at the courthouse started looking further away, like someone else's history. I got used to the commute. Got used to Marcus's car idling at the curb. Got used to standing behind a nicer bar, pouring drinks that cost more and came in thinner glassware. If anyone had asked, I would have said what everyone wanted to hear, that it was behind me, that the worst was over, that what happened was a story I could tell in past tense now. Some nights I almost believed it. There was this one night, it was a Thursday, I think, because the bar was busy but not packed when everything felt almost normal. A couple in their 40s nursed martinis and talked about their kids' college search. A group of office workers in wrinkled button-downs shared a platter of sliders, laughing too loud at inside jokes about their boss. Two women sat at the end, shoulders touching, splitting a bottle of wine and a dessert, hands brushing just a little too often to be accidental. Someone put on a playlist that actually matched the mood. The glassware caught the light just right. The tips were good. When the night wound down, Marcus met me at the side door like always. The air outside was cool, early fall crisp, the sky that flat black that makes city lights look brighter. We drove in comfortable silence. The streets were mostly empty, just a few cars drifting between green lights, the occasional pedestrian bundled in hoodies. The car's heater hummed low. The radio played some old R&B station, volume turned down so it was more vibration than sound. When we pulled up in front of my building, Marcus leaned forward over the steering wheel slightly, scanning the entrance the way he always did. "Text me when you're inside," he said. Like he always said. It had turned into a ritual. "I always do," I replied, like I always replied. We traded a quick goodnight. I opened the car door, the hinges groaning softly, and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The building's front lights put a halo on the concrete, bright enough to see the keypad clearly, just dim enough that the rest of the street blurred into shadow. I felt his eyes on my back, but not in the way I used to. Not sharp, not predatory, just the solid, watchful presence of someone who had promised my coworkers he would not drive away until he knew I was behind a locked door. I punched the code in, the familiar sequence of beeps marking each number. The lock clicked. I pulled the door open and stepped into the lobby. Behind me, through the glass, I saw Marcus's car still idling, headlights washing white over the curb. I raised a hand and he flashed his high beams once in response before I let the door close. The lobby smelled like fresh paint and mail ink, paper, adhesive. The floor was a washed-out tile that tried to look like stone, thin gray veins printed over the surface. The mailboxes lined one wall in neat brass rows, each with a tiny lock and a spot where tenants slid in labels with their names. I crossed to the elevator, hit the button, listened to the faint rumble as it descended. The doors opened with a ding and a soft whoosh. I stepped inside, pressed my floor, watched the lobby slide out of view behind me. The elevator music was nothing, just a faint, tinny melody that could have been any song or no song at all. My reflection in the stainless steel walls looked tired. My hair frizzed a little from the night's humidity. There was a faint line across my cheek where I'd leaned into my hand at some point. Bored, between drink orders, on my floor. The doors opened into the bright hallway. I walked past the laundry room, the slightly open door breathing warmth and the scent of fabric softener into the cooler corridor. Someone's dryer shook a little as it turned, thumping regularly. My door looked like all the others. Metal, peephole, deadbolt, a small, peeling sticker near the bottom of the frame where the previous tenant's kid had put a cartoon dinosaur. I unlocked it, the key turning smooth in the new mechanism, and stepped inside. The apartment greeted me with its usual half-darkness. I reached for the light switch out of habit, fingers grazing the wall until they found it. The overhead light flicked on with a soft pop. My bag slid off my shoulder as I closed the door behind me, the click of the latch as comforting as a heartbeat. I bent to set the bag down by the tiny entryway table I'd picked up at a thrift store, a wobbly thing that held my keys and a bowl of loose change. That was when I saw it, a rectangle of white on the floor, lying just past the threshold, right where my front door would clear when it swung open and shut. It was small, 4x6 maybe, the kind of size you get from a cheap photo kiosk or a home printer. It lay face up on the hardwood, the edges perfectly parallel to the walls. Like whoever had put it there had taken the time to straighten it. For a split second, my brain tried to categorize it as junk mail, a coupon, a flyer slipped under the door by some overeager local business, too lazy to use the mail slots downstairs. Then my eyes actually focused on the image. It was me. Not a picture of me from years ago. Not a social media screenshot. Not some old bar photo. Me, as I was now. The photo showed the lobby of my building. Same fake stone floor. Same brass boxes along the wall. Same glass front door with the reflection of the street faintly visible. In the center of the frame, standing near the elevator, was me. Same jacket I was wearing right now, black, with the fraying cuffs. Same crossbody bag, strap cutting diagonally across my chest. Same ponytail, loose strands escaping around my face. My head was turned slightly toward the camera, like I had just looked up from my phone. My expression was blank. That neutral face people have when they think no one is watching. From the angle, it was clear where the photo had been taken. Not from inside the lobby, from outside, through the glass of the front door. You could see the faint ghost of the photographer in the reflection. A smudge of shape where a face should be. A hint of raised arm where a phone or camera must have been. I stared at the photo on my floor, at my own face frozen in the lobby I had just walked through, and felt the same slow drop in my stomach I'd felt when I saw the bar exterior picture the detective had shown me months before the attack. Only this one was worse, because this wasn't evidence pulled from his phone after the fact. This was on my floor, in my new apartment, waiting for me the second I closed the door. 7. 2. The reflection in the glass. I stood there in my doorway, staring down at the cheap little rectangle like it was something alive. The apartment around me faded out. The overhead light hummed. The fridge cycled on with a low rattle. Somewhere in the building, a door shut with a hollow thunk. It all got distant and muffled, like I was underwater, and the only clear thing was that glossy 4x6 on my floor. I didn't want to touch it. It sounds stupid, but I really didn't. My fingers hovered over the edges for a few seconds, my brain insisting that paper was just paper, while something lower in my chest whispered that this was a trap, that if I picked it up, I'd be letting it in somehow. Finally, I pinched two corners like it might be sticky and lifted. The picture was sharper than I expected, not some grainy zoom from a security camera, Whoever took it had been close enough, or had good enough equipment, that the halogen lights in the lobby actually glowed in little perfect circles on the polished floor. It was the lobby, just like I'd seen 2 minutes earlier. The halogen fixture in the ceiling turned everything that flat, pale yellow that makes skin look tired. It reflected off the fake stone tiles in a long oval, stretching toward the mailboxes. You could see the smudges on the glass door, the faint streaks from someone's half-hearted attempt at cleaning. And there I was, right in the middle of it. I was caught mid-motion, head tipped down, shoulders slightly hunched forward. My hair was pulled back, and the light picked up a few stray strands, turning them into thin silver lines at the crown of my head. My hand was near my bag, fingers fishing for keys I hadn't yet pulled out. You could see the zipper of the bag slightly open, the metal teeth catching the light. The shadow under my eyes was there, the one from late shifts and bad sleep. The curve of my mouth was neutral, neither smiling nor frowning, just existing, just trying to get home. The camera had caught the exact moment before I straightened up to walk to the elevator. It was such an ordinary second that it made my stomach twist. Outside the glass door, the world was darker. The street beyond looked almost empty. The only real light out there came from a distant set of headlights, blurred into a streak on the far left edge of the frame. The rest was just dim shapes, parked cars lining the curb, the suggestion of trees and black against a darker sky. What made my hand start to shake wasn't the lobby. It wasn't my own face, or the way the light fell on my hair. It was the reflection. The camera had been outside, shooting through the glass. That meant the glass caught both sides, the inside of the lobby and a faint mirror of whoever was behind the lens. At first, all I saw was the familiar duplicate of the lobby. The mailboxes doubled, ghost pale. The elevator doors warped and bent by the angle. My own figure duplicated faintly, like a washed-out twin. But then my eyes tracked to the far right edge of the frame, to the strip of glass closest to the door's metal frame, the part my brain had skipped the first time. There, half swallowed by glare, was a silhouette. It was nothing more than a smudge at first glance, a darker shape inside the lighter reflection. But the longer I looked, the more my brain started filling in lines, rounded shoulders, a head slightly bowed, the suggestion of an arm bent up at chest height, like someone holding a phone or camera, the outline of a jacket hanging just below the waist. The color in the reflection was muted, washed through halogen and glass and nighttime, but the jacket had that muddy, not quite black tone my brain had already filed under one label: brown. Brown jacket. My chest tightened. I let out a noise, something between a breath and a curse, and the photo quivered in my hand. One corner tapped against the side of the entry table, making a tiny, sharp tick that sounded too loud in the quiet apartment. I turned in a slow circle, sudden adrenaline making my ears ring. The windows were all latched. The balcony door, such as it was, a glorified sliding window with a railing on the outside, was locked. The bar and the track still in place. The kitchen light threw pale rectangles onto the countertops. The bedroom door stood open, bed unmade, nothing hiding in the obvious corners. I crossed to my front door and looked through the peephole. Empty hallway, bright lights, beige carpet, an abandoned takeout flyer on the floor near the elevator. I grabbed my phone with my free hand and opened the building's camera app. The lobby feed showed the same scene I'd just walked through, only with an empty space where I'd stood. The timestamp, now a few minutes older. The recording logs for the last hour scrolled up in a neat list. Lobby motion detected. Hallway motion detected. Laundry room door opened. I scrubbed through the last few clips. I watched myself arrive in the lobby on grainy to wide-angle video. The door swinging shut behind me as Marcus's headlights washed the glass. I watched myself cross to the elevator. Get in. Vanish from frame. The outer camera showed the sidewalk and the street. Marcus's car parked at the curb. Me getting out. Me punching the code. The door closing behind me. His car pulling away. What it didn't show was anyone standing close enough to the door to take the picture I was holding. Whoever had taken it had known exactly where the cameras pointed, and more importantly, where they didn't. Okay, I said out loud to no one. Voice too bright in the empty room. Okay. Talking to myself was something I'd picked up over the last year, a way to proof the reality out loud when my brain tried to twist it. I went back to the photo in my hand, eyes scanning every inch now, desperate for anything that would turn this into a bad joke, a watermark, a crease that said someone had picked it up off the street weeks ago, a caption scrawled in pen. Someone got you. LOL from some idiot friend with a terrible sense of humor. There was nothing. The edges were clean. No writing on the back. No printing company logo. Just that glossy surface and my own face and that faint reflection in the glass. The halogen lights in the lobby hummed overhead. I could hear them now. Through the door. That faint, insect-like buzz that you stop noticing if you live with it long enough. The vending machine by the elevator gave its periodic clunk, dropping some internal part back into place. I decided to go downstairs. My hands shook as I locked the door behind me. The turn of the deadbolt louder than usual. The hallway smelled faintly of detergent and someone's cooking onions. Maybe. And garlic. The fluorescent fixtures in the ceiling buzzed in a slightly higher pitch than the lobbies. A chorus of cheap electricity. In the lobby. The halogens pressed down on me. The tile felt colder under my shoes than it had 10 minutes earlier. I walked to the door and looked out through the same pane of glass the photo had been taken through. The street outside was quiet. No cars, no people. Just a trash can at the corner and a strip of sidewalk lit by the building's facade lights. From this side, my own reflection stared back at me. Same jacket. Same bag still slung across my chest. Same tired face. I stepped closer, until my breath fogged a small circle on the glass. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I half expected another shape to bloom into view behind mine. Shoulders, jacket, raised arm. There was nothing but me and the faint ghost of the lobby. "Can I help you with something?" a voice said from behind me. I jumped. The sound came from the front desk, a little wooden counter tucked into the corner by the mailboxes. The building manager, mid-40s, thinning hair, polo shirt with the complex's logo had appeared like he'd risen up from behind it. A half-empty styrofoam cup sat near his elbow, a stack of forms in front of him. I realized I must have looked strange, standing there inches from the glass, breathing on it. I held up the photo with fingers that didn't feel entirely connected to me. I found this in front of my door. He squinted, motioning me closer. The fluorescent light above the desk flickered once, buzzing louder for a second before settling. He took the picture between two fingers and held it up. "Okay," he said slowly. "That's the lobby, and that's me." I said, "From a few nights ago." I wore that shirt Friday. My friend dropped me off. I came in alone. Right, he said. So, somebody took a picture of you. Weird. Sure. But they slid it under my door. I cut in. My voice trembled on the last word. Tonight. I just walked in and it was on my floor. He frowned, looking at the back of the photo like maybe clues would be printed there. It was blank. You sure this isn't from some friend messing with you, he asked, tone shifting into that wary, administrative register people use when they feel drama approaching, like an inside joke. Or, it's not a joke, I said, sharper than I meant to. The word echoed off the lobby walls. His eyes darted toward the camera in the corner, like he wanted to make sure it wasn't recording him saying the wrong thing. Well, we got cameras. Like I said, he replied, tapping his pen on a clipboard. If somebody came in who shouldn't, we'd see them. Probably it's just someone you know. Romantic thing. Maybe. He tried to smile. It looked like it hurt his face. Look, I can ask maintenance to keep an eye out. If it happens again, we'll file an incident report. The vending machine in the corner picked that moment to drop a bottle into its catch tray with a hollow clunk. The sound made me jump again. The fluorescent over the front door buzzed louder for a second, like an insect had flown into the ballast and died. I realized he wasn't going to see this the way I did. To him, it was a weird, small thing. To me, it was every pattern starting up under new lights. I took the photo back, feeling the gloss under my fingers. Yeah, I said, forcing my voice down. Fine. If it happens again, I'll let you know. In my apartment. The place felt smaller than it had an hour before. The edges of the room seemed closer. The AC kicked on, and the vent rattled for a second, the metal grill vibrating against the wall. I set the photo on the table and took another picture of it with my phone. Then I sat there for a full minute, thumb hovering over my contacts, debating whether I was overreacting. In the end, I emailed it to the same detective who'd called me from the station that night months ago. I attached a short message. Found this outside my door tonight. New building. New city. Thought you should see it. I did not expect a quick response. Police move on. Cases move on. Victims move on. At least on paper. He called 3 days later. I was in the back of the coffee shop, restocking cups, the hiss of the espresso machine and the soft thud of cabinet doors filling the space. When my phone buzzed with an unknown number, I slid it out of my apron pocket, saw the department's area code, and felt that old familiar drop in my stomach. "Hello, it's Detective Harris," he said. His voice sounded heavier over the line, like he'd aged 10 years instead of 1. "Got your email." I wiped my palm on my jeans, suddenly aware my hand was sweating. "It was probably nothing," I said quickly, preemptively apologizing for existing. It looked like, it's not nothing." He cut in. Paper rustled near his phone, and I pictured him holding a printed copy of the same image on his cluttered desk. "We contacted the prison after we received your email, asked them to check outgoing mail logs from his unit. We wanted to see if he'd tried to send anything to your new address." I swallowed. The AC in the shop hummed. Someone dropped a spoon in the sink up front, metal on metal. And I asked, "And?" He said, "The prison confirmed Evan never mailed anything to your new address. No letters. No authorized correspondence. Nothing. For a second, relief tried to bloom. It died instantly when he kept talking. But he added, and that one word weighed more than the whole sentence before it. During his last cell inspection, they noted a stack of photographs missing. Same size. Same type as the image you sent us. Personal property he shouldn't have had that's now unaccounted for. The espresso machine in front hissed, steam releasing in a violent rush. It swallowed whatever I might have said. Same size, same type. I looked at the photo still sitting on my kitchen table in my mind. The gloss, the edges, the way the light hit my hair and the faint outline of a jacket in the glass. If he hadn't mailed it, someone else had carried it on his behalf. Someone else had slipped it under my door. 7.3. The ending I am living in right now. If you are hearing this, it means I finally hit send. Right now. As I am typing these words, I am not a voice yet. I am just a person in a too bright kitchen, in a too quiet apartment, trying not to keep looking at the door. The laptop is warm under my wrists. It always runs hotter when I am anxious. Or maybe I just notice the heat more. The screen light is the only thing making my face glow in the window over the sink. Behind that glass is the parking lot. 3 cars lined up under a leaning streetlight, all of them dark, like they are sleeping. The kitchen overhead light is that soft yellow you get in rentals. It makes the fake granite counters look warmer than they are. The fridge hums in the corner, a low, steady vibration that I have grown used to. Every now and then, it clicks off, and the silence that follows feels like something fell out of the air. That gap is what I hate the most. The fraction of a second when the background noise drops away and there is nothing but the building. Breathing. There are 3 sounds that keep me awake now. The first one is the elevator. It dings at strange hours, 1, 2 in the morning, when I know for a fact none of my neighbors work nights. I have memorized their routines like a nosy landlord. The nurse across the hall does 12-hour shifts, but she gets home at 7, 8 p. Not 2. The couple 3 doors down stumble in around 11 on weekends, laughing. The kid upstairs runs those heavy footsteps around 6, when he is late for school. But some nights, I am sitting exactly where I am now, fingers on the keys, and I hear it. Ding. The soft whir of cables, the hum of the motor, doors sliding open, then shut. No voices, no footsteps, no one walking past my door afterward. Just that little bell, announcing a ride that leaves no one on my floor. The second sound is footsteps, not the fast, careless ones of people in a rush. These are slow, deliberate. Heel, toe, heel, toe. Starting at the far end of the hall where my door cannot quite hear the elevator doors, and moving toward me, I can map them with my eyes closed now. Past the laundry room, past the fire extinguisher cabinet, past the nurse's door, past the framed evacuation diagram with its neat little arrows. Each step gets a little louder as it gets closer to my doormat. Then they stop, right in front of my door. You get to know the difference between a neighbor coming home and someone just standing there. When you live alone, you learn those things fast. A neighbor's steps have that extra shuffle at the end. Keys jangling, bags rustling, the hollow thump of their door opening and closing. This is not that. This is a walk that ends in a pause, a long one, long enough that I start to count my own heartbeats and lose track somewhere in the 20s. And then, after that pause, comes the third sound. It is small. If you have never listened for it before, you would probably miss it completely. It is the sound of something thin moving over carpet and wood, a tiny drag, a faint hiss, like a piece of paper being pushed under a door or pulled back from it, like an envelope trying to decide which side of the threshold it belongs on. The first time it happened in this building, I waited. I sat very still, hands frozen over the keyboard, ears straining. After a few seconds, the footsteps moved away again. Heel, toe, back down the hall. No door opening, no muffled TV starting up, just absence. I told myself I was imagining it, that the building was settling, that the vents were making strange sounds. I told myself all the things people told me before, when I tried to describe the feeling of being watched. The next morning, there was nothing under my door. No envelope, no note. The carpet in front of my threshold looked normal, except for the faint half-moon of dirt I told you about. The almost print of a shoe where no one should have been standing long enough to leave one. I vacuumed it up like that would erase what it meant. The last time I heard the paper sound, it was worse. I was in the living room, sitting on the couch because the kitchen table felt too exposed. The laptop rested on a pillow on my knees. Some late-night talk show murmured from the TV with the volume low, enough to pretend I was not alone without having to commit to listening. From the hallway, I heard it, that little scritch, not the heavy slide of cardboard, not the clunk of a package, just the whisper of something thin catching on the fibers of the carpet as it moved. It came from exactly where my door sits, nowhere else. This time, I moved. I stood up, heart banging against my ribs like it wanted out. The TV stayed on behind me, some canned audience laughing at a joke I did not hear. I crossed the room in 3 steps, the laptop screen glowing abandoned on the couch. At the door, I did not open it. I pressed my eye to the peephole, breath held so tight my chest hurt. The hallway stared back at me, bright, empty. No one in front of my door, no one at the far end. The exit sign glowed its usual red. The carpet had no new shadows. I stayed there longer than I want to admit, my eye dry against the metal ring. That's when I heard it. Not the shuffle, not the ding, not the knock. Breathing. Very faint. So faint I thought at first it was my own breath bouncing back at me through the peephole. But I was not breathing. Not then. I was clenched up, lungs locked. It sounded like someone had their face pressed against the other side of the door. Close to the wood. Inhale. Exhale. A little rough on the way out. Like someone who had walked up a flight of stairs and was trying to be quiet about it. I did not open the door. Eventually, the sound faded. Either they walked away on tiptoe, or I lost the thread of it in the blood pounding in my ears. When I finally stepped back, my legs tingled. The TV was still going, some new segment already halfway over. The laptop on the couch had dimmed itself. Screen dark. There was nothing on the floor when I checked. No paper, no envelope, no new photograph. The carpet looked clean, clean enough that I had to crouch down and look very, very closely to see what I was afraid I would find. Another arc, another smudge. Another crescent of something slightly darker, right where a shoe would have been if someone had leaned their weight toward my door. You are probably waiting for the part where I tell you this story has a neat ending. The part where I say he cannot hurt anyone anymore because he is locked away, that the system worked, and the bars closed, and the door that slammed behind him stayed solid. I would like to believe that, but someone took that photo of me in the lobby. Someone knew when I came home what I wore that night, how I looked when I thought no one was watching. Someone stood outside my new building and watched me through the glass the way he did through the bar window, through the peephole, through the camera across the street. Maybe it is some sick fan who read about him, the way people obsess over serial killers and memorize their favorite tricks. Maybe it is someone he wrote to from inside. Pen pals exist for people like him. Women and men who send letters to inmates for the thrill, for the fantasy, for the story. Maybe he shared details. Maybe he sent copies of his trophies. Maybe he told them enough that they decided to step into his pattern like it was a costume. Or maybe it was him. Maybe he stood outside my building before they moved him to a higher security unit. Maybe he found a transfer loophole, a transport delay. A moment between one locked door and another. Maybe the records I can see online are already out of date. Maybe he was closer than anyone wants to admit. Just long enough to slide one photograph under a door in a new hallway in a new city and remind me his obsession didn't end at sentencing. I do not get to know which version is true. What I do know is this: as you are listening to this, as whoever runs this channel is reading these words out loud in whatever calm storyteller voice they use, I am probably still here, sitting in this chair, laptop warm, kitchen light humming, parking lot dark, or maybe I am standing at my door again, peephole pressed against my eye, heart hammering, waiting to see if the hallway is empty or if a face will fill that tiny circle of glass and look back at me with that same flat curiosity. By the time this reaches you, I do not know if I will still have nothing more than footprints and photos. I do not know if the next sound will be the soft drag of paper or the heavy slam of something solid hitting the door. Doors crack, bones crack, systems crack, obsession does not. So if you ever feel footsteps matching yours on a sidewalk at night, or you notice that every time you speed up, someone behind you speeds up, 2, do not tell yourself you are overreacting. If you spot a camera pointing at your building from a window across the street, or you find a photo of yourself that you do not remember anyone taking, do not write it off as paranoia just because you want the world to be nicer than it is. That is exactly what I did. And a man like him only needs you to be wrong once. If this story ever makes it online, and you are watching it on your phone in bed or in your car outside your apartment, maybe do one thing for me. Pause it tonight before you fall asleep. Put your phone down. Walk to your front door in the quiet. Look through your own peephole. Just once. And then listen. Really listen to whatever is breathing on the other side.